Yeah.
Now remember, you can turn this thing off. It's noisy, you turn it down. It's all shut.
I'll shut the door when we're recording.
It's on low, so if it gets hot, you just need to turn off the fans quickly. You've got 3 people already.
Yeah, there's not quite 40 registered type of thing. I don't know what's going on with this screen.
Do you want a hand or need a?
Well, I don't know why. If she's available, because
What are you trying to do?
well, I can't. So what's on this screen here, I'm not seeing. On
You want that
my,
back here?
well, yeah, but I don't know what's. I'll
Was
work
that a
with that
function?
today.
That's all right. I'm going to get. See if you can.
I'll just get you comfy, don't mind me. Are you going to be in here with me, Amanda?
Sure am.
Awesome.
Meg and I are going to do an intro, and then we'll welcome you.
Yep.
And then I will bring up your
Slides.
slides.
Are you also going to be a little bit of a timekeeper?
Yeah.
Because I've got no way to.
Yeah. So I'll do that, and then I'll give you like a 5-minute limit when there's 5 minutes left. And we should.
It's a bit tight, but if I stick to this and you keep me on.
So yeah. Do
Um,
you want to control it with the mouse, or are you happy
that
to?
would be awesome if I can.
Yeah. Cool.
Does that mean I'll move?
No, I'll just bring the mouse
Mouse to
over.
me. Yep. At least it's a really nice big screen.
It
and
is.
I
I know,
I
right?
can see it. I don't need to wear my goggles.
So
What's going on?
well, I'm not really sure. I'm good to work with it, but the other day what I was seeing here was what was up there, but it's not
Okay.
quite.
So that's in your settings on your laptop.
Yeah.
If you want to go to your settings and then go to
This
yeah.
way.
So you're in there already. So what you want to do is identify that there's 2 screens. So you want to duplicate the screens.
Yes.
So just scroll down a little bit on this one. So just the multiple displays.
Duplicate.
Yes.
Good changes. You are
Okay, so that's
worth your weight in gold.
So then jump on whatever you want to display on there will be what displays on here.
Oh, cool. So
see
this,
that.
yeah.
That's good. No one can
So
see.
you can see you can
Yeah.
see all of us. I
Perfect.
could give you a pay rise.
Thanks.
That's okay. We'll just put him up in the top corner. And I'm just going to share our opening one here so that when I let them in, they will see what we're talking about.
Not in frame.
No,
Everyone will get in that.
You can photo bomb it then.
Yeah.
Jump in.
See, what's cool about this little mouse, oh, it's not little mouse, but I do have to think I need to invest in one of these, is that we can like zoom into Peta, or we can like zoom out to Peta. That's all right, I'm just going to leave it like that. I'll shut the door where we get going.
Because I look terrible sitting. My sitting position is just terrible.
Shit. Yeah, right.
So if you could have zoomed in before I sit down, that'd be amazing.
Well, as both you and I are there's no one really to zoom, but I will zoom in on your presentation.
There's nowhere to hide, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
look at that. I love exposed post. I know you pay a little bit more for it, but I'll tell you what, she just gets what it's supposed to get to.
Sometimes.
Well, I did post something to Bond University one day, and it had to go to Sydney, and then it came back to Queensland. So I'm really not sure what was going on there.
All right. What do you give these girls co-host so they can let people in, or do you?
How do we do that?
Well, you've got to let them in first, and then
I'll do it. Okay.
then you make them.
So we've got Bianca. Is it Bianca and?
No. Let me just.
What have you got planned for the rest of the day?
It is crazy. You really don't want to know. I would actually love to be staying for the whole thing, but I'm going to zoom in. But I'll come in and.
I know. I thought picking a Wednesday would be, but it's just manic.
Like Andrea's got like 3 things on today. This whole week is going to be a bit like that. I think
Georgia and Monte are the two. Oh, you should be able to co-host.
So if I can host, then others control.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm
That's
sure
right.
you can make them co-host.
I'm not 100%. I'm sure you can, but I haven't. Well, I haven't ever
that's
needed
okay.
to make anyone a co-host. So I don't know.
Okay. I'll just let them know that not to.
Yes. Right. Better get going.
I just get them to monitor the chat stuff.
Yeah. Ready to rock and roll? We're going to kick you out of that chair for a second, Peter.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Meg and I are going to welcome,
All right.
and then.
Is there anything you'd like me to help with?
No, I don't think we're
All 4 people that have come to our conference.
Stop it. They'll tune in, and if not, they'll watch it later. Well, then, I can't say that, we're recording.
And then when we are ready to go, so are you going to, have you got any way to control it while we're over there? No, okay. All right, so it's going to be Peter, and then I'll pull the chair out.
As we, do you want to, we'll just stand there? I haven't let anyone in the room yet.
Let's just stand there and then
We'll just
are you able to, hang on, I'll just show you what it looks like in my, so that's,
no, you're going to see it. We're going to have to see it.
okay. But then do I want to pull am I pulling a chair?
Yeah,
Okay.
once we're done.
All right, cool.
Cool. Let's get a call one.
I know, yeah.
It's all that, isn't it? So don't give that shit nothing. Yeah. Hi everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, no, just watching everybody. We're all good. Okay, everybody, welcome to our Awesome Women in Resilience workshop. We've got a cracker of a lineup of guest speakers today, and we are here to welcome everybody at the beginning, which is what we do.
Absolutely. You should introduce yourself.
So my name's Amanda. I'm the founder of Awesome Women in Construction, and this is Meg.
Hi, I'm Meg Hooper. I'm supporting Amanda today as her co-host.
Woo!
Never been a co-host before. So.
And Meg's from Carousel Consulting, so you'll hear some more awesomeness from Meg later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we begin today acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we are hosting this conference. We pay our deepest respects and gratitude to our Indigenous sisters and brothers and honour their leaders past, present and emerging. We honour their deep and enduring connection with this land. So as we go through today, we'll be having speakers come in. We're going to do a couple of interviews that we've pre-recorded. And if you've got any questions, just pop them in the question section.
Yeah, so Georgia and Minante from my team are online as well. And if you have any very specific questions about something you hear today, or you want to know more about something, then please put it in the chat and they'll be monitoring the chat and making sure that everyone's questions get answered. So,
Absolutely. And if it's something that we need to take offline, we'll connect you with the presenter.
absolutely.
And we'll let you do that after.
Yeah, sounds good.
Fantastic. Excellent. Well, I think it's time to introduce our first guest speaker.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Now, you stay here. I'll go. We're going to swap the tech over. Back soon.
Okay, all right. I'm staying here. You can stay there. Should I move? Because,
Sure. I'm just going to share the screen
okay.
and we will introduce Peta.
All right. Okay, so we're going to introduce Dr. Peta Lilley, who's our first presenter for today. I'm a bit of a Peta Lilley fangirl, so I'm embarrassing her before she's even got to speak. Peta is a clinical psychologist. She's the proud CEO and founder of Lilley Place and provides exceptional psychological services across the human lifespan. Peta has a PhD in clinical psychology from the University of Queensland and is incredibly passionate about the topic that she's going to speak to us on today. So without any further ado, I'm going to welcome you. Peta, come on in.
Yay!
Yay! We have to create the applause for you.
Yay!
Thank you very much for that very, very warm welcome. And for inviting me to be part of this event today. To be honest, it wasn't actually hard for Meg and Amanda to encourage me to join in. I sort of jumped at the opportunity to be part of this conversation because, as Meg said, it's a topic very near and dear to my heart. Love being involved in anything about mental health and particularly supporting women. And for me, while mental health and wellbeing has always been very important, given the year that we've had, it just seems even more important than ever. And I think as people feel increasingly overwhelmed, they're really motivated to develop strategies for coping during challenging and uncertain times and building resilience. Might just need a bit of tech help. Oh, there we go. The slides are moving beautifully. I don't really need to introduce myself any further. I'm getting over the embarrassment from Meg, but I am very, very passionate about the work I do, and I feel very privileged to lead the incredible team of clinicians that I have at Lilley Place. We're very committed, probably more than ever, to helping people develop strategies to care for their mental health and wellbeing, and I'm actually so thrilled that conversations like today are occurring around mental health to open up, talking about tough topics, breaking down barriers to people asking for and receiving help when they really need it. And similarly, I love the fact that people are checking in on each other. They're having those awkward, vulnerable conversations. And these are the kinds of conversations that can actually change and save lives. COVID-19 or coronavirus has really changed the way we live, and many people are actually struggling with the circumstances they now face. And while there are a number of very common responses to trauma, reactions do vary over time, and they are different for individuals. It can actually be really helpful here to understand what's normal, what's not, and to understand when you might need help and where to go to get help. For the most part, I think we've done a really good job in recent years of improving our physical fitness programs, but our mental health fitness is somewhat lagging or limited or perhaps lacking entirely. The data is actually now very consistent and clear. 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health difficulty in their lifetime, and interestingly, only 35% will seek appropriate intervention for treatable conditions. This is in stark contrast to people seeking intervention for physical health conditions. And building resilience is so important in promoting our mental health and well-being. The global health crisis and the subsequent responses to protect lives and livelihoods has really created quite a range of feelings and experiences. And this list is not by any means complete, but any one of these could be a precursor for some distress, certainly in combination, some of these experiences with possible ongoing traumas like loss of a loved one, loss of employment, creates the perfect climate, if you like, for the development of the next pandemic that we see coming. It's actually a pandemic that's characterised by mental health difficulties, by suicide and burnout, and I would actually say that we're already experiencing a mental health crisis. There really has been a universal surge in referrals, and to be honest, our industry is actually starting to struggle to cope with the demand. Certainly in Brisbane, I see our service and mental health providers as being the new front line. In our clinic alone, we've had over 180% increase in referrals since April. The COVID crisis really actually comes on the back of cumulative trauma from a series of events. You know, many people in Australia were already feeling quite unsettled and destabilised after a summer marked by devastating bushfires, droughts and floods. And so actually many communities, businesses and individuals were already feeling quite overwhelmed and under-resourced prior to the global health crisis. And as communicated in this graph here, courtesy of the Queensland Doctors Health Program, it really applies to frontline health workers, but I think can be more broadly applied. And you can see that we were really primed for a stressful response. And this has actually created a much larger knock-on effect for our mental health and our experience of distress. Another point that I think this graph neatly illustrates is the prolonged impact of a pandemic. So rather than there being one discrete traumatic event, it's more like a series of traumatic events. And this actually complicates our functioning and our recovery and has a very multi-systemic, non-discriminating effect on our health, our well-being, economics, education and politics. Really, one of the take-home messages that I want you to have today is that distress following any kind of trauma is actually considered to be very normal. You may very well be experiencing what we call a normal reaction to an abnormal event, or perhaps this year, an abnormal series of events. You may experience some, a few, or all of these very different symptoms, experiences, feelings, thoughts. And during the initial stages after trauma or a series of traumas, it's really important that these very normal, common responses aren't pathologised. For the majority of individuals, within about 3 months, give or take, after a trauma, they actually spontaneously recover based on their own internal skills, strengths, and their support group around them. Certainly for some, they will continue to experience difficulties. They might actually experience a worsening of symptoms. And for those, it's important that they're able to access formal support. Because of the nature of the pandemic and the phases of management of lockdown and easing of restrictions this year, it's likely that our guidelines are just that at the moment, a guideline. There is no playbook for this pandemic in terms of understanding mental health, diagnosis, assessment and treatment. So for us, it's very important that we're monitoring, reviewing and adjusting accordingly as new information comes to hand. Certainly for those individuals that were already experiencing some of these more significant mental health difficulties, it's been very important that they've been able to continue receiving help if they were before this year. And certainly the early response from government to open up access to telehealth has been a very important part of people being able to continue to receive help. The other interesting finding that I've noticed with this pandemic is that because of the nature of the impact on individuals, we're actually finding there's a number of people who are experiencing some of these symptoms and experiences for the first time. And that can be actually really alarming and quite distressing for some people. And conversations such as this and community events are so important so that people know that they're not alone and that help is available. And we really want to reduce that stigma around mental health and receiving treatment. We really want to prevent the development of some of these more significant and serious mental health issues. To that end, this graph I think is an incredibly powerful illustration of the health footprint of a pandemic. It's really been the motivation for us. I'm not sure, Meg, if you can in any way move the video of me, because I think the most important part of this graph is really showing the fourth wave that we're now experiencing. And this is around our mental health, burnout and the trauma from what we've all been through. In fact, at Lilley Place, we've developed the Hope Initiative to help people feel better during times of uncertainty and crisis. And really what we're trying to do now is to flatten this red line and shorten the tail. We really don't want to be like the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, if you like. We see that as very reactive. What we're doing and why days like today are so very important is actually to try to prevent the development of these difficulties. We often liken it as being like a fencing contractor at the top of the cliff. We want to prevent this next wave of difficulties. Apologies if you can't see that online. You can see it? Great, okay. And these slides are all obviously going to be available later on. So far, we certainly know that if you're experiencing a lot of difficulties, that it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. It's actually a very normal reaction to an abnormal event. And what we do know is that mental health, building resilience, self-care and compassion is going to be key to preventing greater difficulties, both professionally and personally over time. Focusing in on caring for yourself now and a few ideas of what you can do to cope is taking a moment to actually check in to see how you're doing. And I think this graphic is a really great reminder that we often go to near excessive measures to keep our phones and devices charged, but as human beings, we don't actually have an inbuilt display to see how we're travelling. Therefore, it's really important to become aware of your own body, your own signals and cues that are providing feedback on how you're going, and then at what level you need to act and what tools you might need to use to prevent you from reaching crisis point. We've all heard the safety message when we fly to be sure to fit your own oxygen mask first before you fit it on those that might be needing assistance. And this is particular care in our daily life when we're caring for others, particularly over prolonged periods. We must first be caring for ourselves. And this is particularly true in the workplace, certainly for the role of leaders, managers. We want you to be aware of how you're travelling. and have the tools to cope so that you can remain calm and move forward with confidence to our post-COVID world. I think that there will be a growing responsibility for us to be considering and supporting employee mental health that goes far beyond just checking if someone can work productively from home. I mentioned earlier the Hope Initiative, helping other people because everyone deserves to feel better. It's based on psychological strategies and has been formulated in response to COVID-19. It's designed to help individuals address the wider impact of change, crisis, or uncertainty. There are 6 elements in the Hope Initiative. We first look at essential care, and we also consider ways to energise, to engage. This year we have seen how important it is to be able to connect with people, even while practising social distancing. Certainly the element of endure has become increasingly important. Tough times really do call for the development of healthy habits and routines and a mindset for grit and resilience so that we can evolve because life has changed and we can adapt so that we are ultimately empowered. Empowered with knowledge of our own body, our own mind, and having an increased awareness of how and when to ask for help, but also so that we're empowered to care for those around us. To learn more about the Hope Initiative today, I would encourage you to perhaps go to the Lilley Place website and click on the Hope Initiative tab. Time today really doesn't allow for a detailed description of these elements or for strategies in each element. But I'd like to highlight that in periods of change or crisis, our self-care is often reduced to a last priority, and it's actually one of our most valuable tools for coping and certainly for building resilience. When we care for our own needs, we're better able to care for those around us. And recovery post-COVID-19 is certainly going to be a marathon and not a sprint. This is where resilience really comes to the front. Focusing on the things you can do something about, like your sleep, exercise, eating habits, these are all going to facilitate your recovery and also resilience. I'd actually challenge you to think about your self-care as being self-responsible, not selfish. Self-care enables you to care for others and also your business and your broader workplace and community. Now, self-care may mean different things to different people, and I urge you to watch out for any unhelpful, critical, judgmental thoughts that you might have about the kind of activities you need for your self-care, because they're likely to be vastly different to the self-care needs of others and the things they might do to re-energise and to build their resilience. I'd also suggest that we've become very attuned to checking in on those around us, whether it's as a parent, a partner, colleague, a manager. I don't think we're so good at checking in on ourselves. So one of the things that you might see when you go to the Hope Initiative are the how you doing barometers. And these have been designed to actually measure those elements that I briefly mentioned earlier. And they're a way for you to check how you're travelling over time, but also can be used to have others self-evaluate how they're travelling. It helps you gain an awareness, if you like, of your own battery. At what level are you currently functioning? And then to identify where you might need to put your focus and your energy, where you might actually need to develop some more tools to cope and increase your resilience. For example, you might have a look at these barometers and you might notice that you're actually able to show some self-care and compassion to others, but identify that you're not showing that same kindness to yourself. Perhaps you're speaking to yourself in a really harsh, critical way that differs from the way you talk to somebody else. This would indicate that focusing in on your essential care and developing skills and tools in that area would be really important. You can actually download that workbook. It's freely available in the public domain, and you can actually start working on developing some strategies straight away. I love the idea of the healthy mind platter. David Brock and Dan Siegel developed this, modelling it on the idea that we need certain foods to be part of a healthy diet. Equally, this healthy mind platter for optimal brain matter helps us think about the kinds of activities that we need to organise our day. The actual amount of clock time that you spend on each of these areas of time will really depend on your circumstances. And like the Healthy Mind Platter, those elements that I've outlined right now in the HOPE initiative, they'll bring up different things for you depending on your circumstances. And you don't necessarily work through all of the elements, you don't necessarily work through them in any order, just as you don't work through the time here on this platter in any particular order. But they do actually allow you to, as I said, cope with uncertainty, build confidence, and move forward with your life with resilience. You can certainly get started in working on these elements immediately, and you can also share them with those around you who you think might also benefit during tough times. Focusing really on what you can't control leads to exhaustion. Focusing on what you can do something about is what's ultimately very empowering. And I'd encourage you today just to write down a few things that are coming up as I've been speaking that you might be able to do. One small thing, an action you can change immediately that can start to move you in the direction of better mental health and well-being, and will enable you to then check in or reach out to those around you. So really, talking about building resilience, it's not something that we tick, like something we achieve on a to-do list. It's very much an ongoing process. Looking after mental health and well-being, building resilience, is something that we can build on and add to every single day. It's an ongoing journey, if you like, to be able to cope with what life throws at you. And I very often refer to it as it's the capacity to be able to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep going when things don't quite go according to plan. And a nice little visual that you might be able to take with you today is I often map resilience as looking a lot like a stool. There's 3 legs on a stool, and you need 3 legs on a stool or it will fall over and it won't work the way it is intended. And really, as human beings, for us to be resilient, we need to build on 3 sources, what we call the I am, the I have, and I can. The I have and the I can are what we refer to as those external, those social sources of building and maintaining our resilience. The I am is very personal, very internal, almost like our internal strengths and our self-esteem. But we need sources of resilience in these 3 areas, or we're actually not resilient. And our stool will fall over, and then we won't be able to pick ourselves up and keep going when times are tough. And throughout today, you're going to hear a lot more about different ways to think about and build and practically implement strategies to both build but maintain your resilience. Because as I said, it's not something that you achieve and then tick. It needs to be worked on over time and to keep it in the heading in the right direction. So you've got reserves there to draw on when times are tough. So given that I've said a lot of these experiences are what we consider to be a very normal reaction to an abnormal event, certainly if you are experiencing ongoing difficulties or if they get worse, we would certainly encourage you to reach out and seek some support, as there's lots of help available. I've listed here a few examples of the kinds of experiences that might give you some red flags as to when you might look to get further help. Certainly if you're experiencing numbness, emptiness, some kind of disconnection, if you don't have any other supports, if you're having relationship difficulties, if you're using drugs and alcohol as a way to cope, and absolutely if you're thinking about harm or your safety for yourself or someone else is of concern. And if you are concerned, we need to move that picture again, don't we? If you are concerned about how you're going with someone else. Amanda's doing her magic here with
Oh,
technology,
no.
maybe to go backwards. But I would actually encourage you, it's a great first starting point. A GP, your existing care providers, if you've got them, are going to be able to be a great starting point to make some referrals or some suggestions if you're needing more formal supports. There are lots of resources available online. There are a number of helplines, both phone lines and text services through Lifeline, Beyond Blue, and certainly, as I've said today, the Hope Initiative is freely available for you to actually have a look at and get started with immediately if you're having difficulties. And if things are going unimproving or your symptoms are getting worse, please check in with your GP or other care provider. I do actually think that as tough as this year has been, there have certainly been some opportunities to take the time to pause and reflect and reevaluate. And there's certainly opportunities here for us to pivot and adapt and learn and grow in both our personal and professional lives. I wish you all the very best. Take care, look after yourself, and I'll hand back over to Meg.
Before we do though, I just
Amanda's still doing her thing.
Oh.
Oh, look, there we go.
there we go.
There's a few other ideas and numbers.
That's a good spot to end.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. That was
Pleasure.
amazing. And
I talk all day on this topic.
I know.
It's a very
I know.
quick intro, but it gives
And I think
everyone...
we have, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this and stuff. I really love, one of the things that resonates so strongly with me when as you were talking, particularly around Hope Initiative, is the idea that self-care is not being selfish, it's actually being self-responsible. What do you think it is that challenges people so much to think about self-care as a responsibility rather than I'm being selfish, I'm paying too much attention to myself? What do you think it is that gets in the way?
I think a lot of it can be some of the early experiences and the lessons and the mindsets that we develop during our formative years that we bring forward. And that, again, depending on your role models or your experiences, you can actually develop quite a negative view or critical view about what it means to take time for yourself. And that often if you're concerned then about how others will view that you kind of suppress that, push that down, and I need to be caring for others and looking after them, and to take that time for myself as somehow kind of wrong if that's been your mind. I think it's all to do with your mindset and the way you look at your life, your functioning, and what's important. So it really does actually require quite a spin of the way you look at things and having a look at whether what you're doing is actually helpful. And is thinking about this way helping me to feel the way I want to feel, achieve my goals, and I think particularly in the current climate, just this stoic, strong, I'm just going to keep going and I'll be fine. That might have served you well in the past, but because this is a marathon and not a sprint, you have to be taking some time to put in some healthy boundaries and care for yourself, or you're just not going to be able to endure.
Yeah.
So it's complicated, but there's a lot to it.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing is, one of the things you spoke about is the social resources. Self-care doesn't mean it's not mutually exclusive to the idea that we can connect and support others. And I know that the Hope Initiative a lot of that is built on that idea of reciprocity, that by supporting others, I'm actually also supporting myself. Doesn't mean that self-care drops off the table.
Yes.
Yeah. So from from what you've observed, what are some of the key, what's 3 big ideas or even small ideas that you've seen people implement really easily that have made a difference to their self-care or sense of mental health and wellness, basically?
Well, I think one of the first things is actually just getting an awareness of it. As I flagged with those barometers, some people look at that and it's actually almost like a light bulb moment for them. Wow, I haven't stopped to actually think about how I'm doing. So I think awareness is a really important thing. They become aware of it, then you've got a chance of doing something to make a change and make a difference. So I think that's probably number 1. Number 2 is having a few ideas ideas of some things that they can get started with that are really quite practical. And I think from my perspective, what I find really resonates with people is breaking down some of these long-held beliefs or views that it needs to be big, grand gestures that you engage in for mental health and well-being. It's actually sometimes very small moments that can have a massive impact.
Yeah.
And I think when people break things down and go, I can do that one small thing, then they can get a little bit of traction and move forward. So I think it's actually taking some big concepts, challenging some perhaps long-held but unhelpful beliefs, and making some small, subtle changes that gives them confidence that they can continue with, and they can then start to find a new path to move forward.
Yeah. And I think sometimes the actions themselves, my favourite saying, the thing I say all the time is action is soothing. And I think sometimes the actions are surprising. The soothing nature of some actions just is like, I have a friend who fills the sink with dishwater, warm dishwater, and just washes up as the action that calms her down and allows her to face whatever challenge.
Yes.
So I guess there's that element
Yes.
as well. It's,
Yes.
knowing yourself and knowing what works, and
It's
not
going to be
just-
different for
It's going to
everybody.
be different for everyone,
Yes.
even if it's washing. I can't think of anything worse personally than doing the washing up, but that works for her.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Absolute
This has been
pleasure.
amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got any other questions on the chat that we're asked for. So thank you so much, Peter Lilley, everyone, fangirl in the same room as Peter Lilley.
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the conference.
Yeah, thank you.
Great talk, mate.
Wonderful, you
Great
can be
group.
part of it.
Thank you
Alright.
so much.
Thank
I'll
you.
hand back over to Amanda.
Yeah, we're just going to take a quick break, everybody, and we will be back shortly.
All right. I'm just going to leave this chair here, I think, because
on. Hi, Ellie.
Oh, hello. Do you want me to go?
There are.
It's like that moment just before you go live, so you're like,
Yeah.
am I there yet?
Yeah. You're live. All right.
Hi, everybody. Excuse me. We're going to have a quick chat, quick introduction, Ellie.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, so today I've got a few notes here on Ellie. So Ellie Kelly is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Mindplane, a charity set up to aim and reduce the risk of suicide through interactive theatre in schools and communities. She's led the organisation through 9 years of service. Nice work. In 2017, though, her efforts were recognised in winning the Mental Health Matters Award for Mental Health Promotion. And in 2019, she was presented with the Mental Health Services Award for Mental Illness Prevention. Nice work. It takes a while to get a little going, doesn't it?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. No, and you're doing some fantastic things, Ali. So I'm going to duck out of this screenshot and we'll hear from you and share some hints and tips with our members.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Back soon. Okay, Ellie, let's get your first.
So I was just going to have a little bit of a chat to kind of get started to share with everyone what to expect in the session.
Yep. Yes, we are.
Yeah, of course we are. And where
Oh,
we're looking at.
Oh, hang on. I've just got a little screen. Okay, technical glitch. So let's.
So you've got to put the screen around.
I know. I'm getting duplicate screens. Keep changes. Let's exit there. Now let's.
So,
Okay. Hi, Ellie.
you're back.
And which camera
So-
is this one?
This is
This is camera
To
two.
look at it.
So we'll play your first video.
Well, no.
Oh, no, I
You
need to
wanna have a chat? Cool.
All right.
So I'm just all good to go.
All good to go.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amanda, for the wonderful introduction. I just wanted to point out our history in working with our mental health in the workplace program, because today we were having a chat with Amanda as to what benefits could we bring to this session today. And you'll be actually seeing a sample from our mental health in the workplace program supporting remote workers. We're hoping that even though the scenarios may not necessarily reflect your particular industry, we're hoping it can at least get some conversations going today. So just a little bit about what we do. Our programs are actually designed to help workplaces identify what the signs and symptoms are when it comes to what does mental health look like in the workplace and what are the pathways to actually seek help. So some businesses actually have some significant policies in place to help staff along this pathway, but we're actually finding a lot of businesses are not necessarily aware that there are actually liabilities that exist. So some businesses can actually be liable for their staff members' mental health and wellbeing if they're not putting proactive implementing steps in place. So today what we're going to do is I'm going to show you some scenes. We're going to have a chat about what you see in these scenes. We're going to crack the ice and just start talking about what mental health looks like, what are some helpful strategies for individuals to potentially support them in a time of need, but also what can businesses do. And we're fortunate we've been running this mental health in the workplace program since 2016. We will have a chat later. Yes, we do work in schools and communities as well, but COVID-19 has been an interesting year, and I'm sure we can all share that. Welcome to 2020.
Soon over.
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky that the New South Wales government did actually fund us to create the wellbeing program for workplaces into an online workshop. So that's part of what you're going to be seeing today. So that happened, that funding happened in February, just before COVID happened. but we've been fortunately working with the Queensland Council of Unions as well. Some of our programs have gone to support over 500 work health and safety reps with frontline work during this time period, because mental health has certainly affected every industry, all in different ways. We've had some programs that can help the healthcare sector. It can also help remote workers. We've also started to shine a light for some essential businesses, because there's some psychological hazards that have started to evolve that we're not used to. You know, the rapid change that's occurring in dealing with this online world, you know, with dealing with change in the remote world, with dealing with uncertainty, as well as sometimes it could be client depression or redundancies that some workplaces have been seeing. So we're all good.
We're all good to go?
I'm going to show you a scene. Amanda's about to show you a scene of a story. And what I want from you guys is just know this isn't necessarily your work environment, but just pausing it one quick second. It's a story of Donna. It's not necessarily your work environment, but what I want you to do is reflect on the story of Donna. I want to encourage you guys to interact. I want to share some insights as to what it is that you see in Donna's story. There are a few functions on Zoom you can use. There's the raise hand function, there's the chat function. I also have these ladies in the room here that I can have a chat with if you guys don't have any particular suggestions. But why we're here, just before I go into the video, sorry Amanda, it's long-winded. I just wanted to point out that with COVID-19, what we have actually been seeing is many of us have been experiencing that fight or flight. Initially, we're dealing with rapid change, you know, the struggles in needing to keep up with it, the panic buying, etc. But Peta mentioned before in her presentation is we're all going through this a little bit differently, right? So there are some people whose mental health may have already been rocky prior to this period that you could expect could be struggling. But what we're finding is there's actually some people who may not have had a history of mental health who for the first time are finding mental health impacting them. So introduction to the story of Donna. The storyline behind Donna is she's actually got a great job. She was previously working just in the public sector. She has 2 beautiful children. Donna's always loved her work. She's known for being really well organised and keeping busy, right? Donna has a schedule on her fridge. It's a large calendar of information to help her keep organised on a daily basis. Things run pretty smoothly for her, which is great because sometimes her work, you know, it creeps into unexpected deadlines and last minute changes. So this is where we'll see, let's see how Donna's coping in the transition of working remotely from home. Should we hold it? Sorry guys, just having some trouble with the sound. Sometimes when we play these videos via Zoom, you may also experience a lag on the other end, because what's happening is we've created these tools to show you what mental health looks like, that where the sound is translating could be going through the computer right now. So we'll start again very shortly. everyone. I'm just chatting through the scenes. Okay.
All right. Sorry, Ellie.
No, look, it's okay. It sounds like there's some technical difficulties with the scenes, but we might be able to drop a link later for you guys to see it. What I wasn't able to say before is what My Blank does is with our workshops, we stage stories of lived experience. So these stories really do happen. And the story that we heard that created the story of Donna is actually a story where Donna's workplace, she was super organised. Then she was asked to work remotely from home. And Donna, having young children at home, got completely overwhelmed with the process. Unfortunately, her workplace wasn't that supportive of it. The manager at the time was also finding it difficult, right? Because we're all whirlwinding with change, with COVID-19, we're trying to figure it out. But the reality is her manager ended up being a bit of a micromanager, didn't quite understand what was required from the staff, but was actually expecting staff to report back to them every 15 minutes. And there's new technologies being thrown around all the time, and unfortunately Donna was falling behind with it. So her stress levels started to pick up. Okay? What happens with the story of Donna is unfortunately her manager missed the opportunity to check in with Donna to see what was going on. She started working long hours all through the night, and she wasn't coping well at all. But she was afraid to actually say anything because she didn't want to lose her job. And she had responsibilities, within the family that were creeping up on her, and her regular routine started crashing down. So her health was affected, her self-care was really, really sacrificed during this time period. What ended up happening towards the end of the storyline is that Donna had enough. She was short-tempered, she couldn't take any more micromanagement, she became passive-aggressive, and eventually after a big deadline hit and she was hit with, instead of appreciation and acknowledgement, she was hit with some criticism and continued workload, just a lack of awareness of knowing what was actually going on, she ended up experiencing a panic attack for the first time. And the thing with that is that she'd never experienced mental health issues before, and she was completely confused and didn't quite understand why it happened. She just couldn't pull herself together. So they're the two scenes that I did want to show you. You guys didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah, we might give that second scene a go.
Okay, let's have a look. This is towards the end where Donna has had enough of her workplace.
Oh, hang on, sorry. First one.
Okay, daily reports, yep, done. Sent the invitations to the meetings, that's all up to date. Emailed all the stakeholders, yep.
Sorry. So confident. Riff for a little bit, Ali.
Why we've created these scenes is actually to start a conversation about mental health. And what we've realised is that a lot of businesses, so let's actually talk about work health and safety issues, because a lot of businesses don't realise that mental health is a work health and safety issue. And that workplaces can actually be liable for their staff members' mental health and well-being. So it's what we're finding is it's not just about preparing for a crisis. Because many businesses may actually say we do cover mental health, we do have systems where we have an EAPA on standby in that crisis situation, but what they don't realise is that there's actually liabilities that are required to create a wellness culture. So for the story of Donna, you'll see that they didn't actually support her wellness journey. We're going to try that video again, guys, see how we go with it. Fingers crossed, third time lucky. Yeah, the difficult scenario for you.
No.
And look at us showing resilience in the face of,
Absolutely.
Okay. Daily report.
Why isn't it offering me that option for share? Try to share screen. Just go, yes. Actually take the box down the bottom. Okay, so I want these. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to here. Sorry, Ali, I think we're
That's
going to
okay.
need a course or a workshop on this.
On the technology behind it all. Sorry,
It worked in the dummy run.
Did
It always works in the dummy run.
Sorry, I didn't bring my staff member who could be that go-to person for the tech
Yeah,
issues.
that's okay.
I'm more than happy to actually share the story of Donna with those that have RSVP'd for today so that they can actually get a chance to see it. Because what we wanted to actually do was to be able to show you what MindBank can do for workplaces. So through the storylines, we're able to paint a picture as to what mental health is in the workplace. But what I might do is just use you guys to have this
do you want me to
conversation.
sit there?
I don't mind. So I'm assuming you have actually seen the story of Donna. Have you had a chance to?
We can just pretend that I.
That's okay.
Well, it's gonna watch it with
It's
you.
okay. Talk to me. So what we want to do is to be able to identify the signs and symptoms that someone may not be coping. In particular, we're looking at remote workers. So
Okay.
how can you, if you're a business, actually pick up the subtleties that someone on your staff may not be working when you're not seeing them every day? What are your tips as to signs and symptoms there?
I think one of the things I would look for is change. So where someone might have been quite calm and composed under pressure, looking for a change in people, looking for people who aren't calm and composed where they normally would be.
For sure. It's like you know your peers, you know who you work with, you know their personalities, and you know what they would be like on a routine if you're sitting next to them. And if you're not seeing some of that bubbly personality, or if you're seeing absenteeism, so they're not turning up anymore, there could be something there to kind of push you further. What could you do if you were a workplace, knowing that, like, let's say you're in a leadership or a management role, knowing that someone on your team may be actually struggling? How can you encourage a culture to continue to check in on them?
Well, I think it would be role modeling as a leader, role modeling, checking in on people, and I think also, role modeling, talking about my own struggles and my own stresses and how I might be challenged by difficult things as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the MindBank workshops that we run, we actually host a session to show the videos to leadership, management and staff and get them to brainstorm. Yeah. And time again, we do hear that yes, leadership and management can actually provoke a culture of wellness. And during this time, some suggestions I've heard from leadership team that they could do proactively is, share with me what's one thing that you have done to support your team's mental health and wellbeing over the last 6 months, or even share with me what you have done as a leader to put in action to help your own wellbeing during this time. Because if we open those conversations and provide a safe environment to do so, it encourages the culture around you to also do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like you're going to have all the answers, because what we're usually doing within the workplace setting is you're going to have a variety of people, and some people may not be aware, and we do get the question that's challenged is, if you're not in a leadership or management position, but you are a worker, what's the difference between what a worker could do to help their staff during this time? If you have a colleague that may be struggling, what can a worker do? Do you have any thoughts or insights as to what a worker could do to help support their colleagues during this time?
Well, I think the first thing would be checking in and talking to them about what they've noticed
absolutely the basics, you know. It's like instinctively we need to know who we're working with. We need to know when those signs could be picking up where they're not going okay, and making sure we're being a bit more proactive. Like, I don't know how many people are zooming in here that are in Melbourne right now, you know, who are, they're just dealing with such different situations to the freedoms we're now experiencing here in Queensland, and sometimes it could be out of sight, out of mind. But being proactive of the need to check in during this time is absolutely essential.
Absolutely.
Yeah. One thing we do tend to get around to by showing examples of the scene work and the lived experience is that workplaces can be proactive about creating a wellness culture. But what we tend to find is if you don't define and paint a picture as to what workplace mental health policies could be, people make it up on a whim, right? So what we tend to hear as feedback is when you don't have a defined pathway to guide staff to know what helps, what help is out there and what the help seeking pathway is, accidental counselling occurs. And I know you work in the workplace space, so do you have some insight for us on accidental counselling? What is it? And, you know, is it actually helpful for colleagues in the workplace to fill the shoes of an accidental counsellor?
Well, I think what it looks like is when you start offering advice and suggestions that are outside your area of expertise. So you start offering theories and explanations of why someone might be feeling that way and the sorts of things they need to do when you don't actually have any training in that area because you've read something on the internet or you saw a video this one time, we watched a movie and they did this. That can be really damaging. It can be because sometimes you're offering the wrong suggestion for the wrong challenge or the wrong issue.
Yeah, absolutely. So we find by default accidental counselling happens in the workplace when you don't have a clear defined pathway as to what, how you intervene, right? And what is the actual pathway you want staff members to be knowledgeable of for them to take those steps. And yeah, just echoing what you said, one message or core message we tend to share with businesses is how accidental counselling can actually be counterproductive for both parties. Yeah, because if you actually identify someone that does need help and you're becoming an accidental counsellor, you could be inhibiting them from actually getting the help they need.
Yeah, sure.
And if you are the accidental counsellor, you could actually end up taking the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's really tough to be a carer, you know, and if you're trying to fill those shoes, you'll end up potentially putting two people in a situation that they don't need to be that could spiral down even quicker than actually defining a pathway for help. I'm just going to pick your brain here. In terms of what are helpful things for businesses to put in place for mental health policies? Like, I tend to find a lot of businesses don't have them.
Yeah, so I think the best ones that I've seen, and I'm not an expert in this space, but I think the best ones that I've seen normalise talking about mental health, and so the policy doesn't sit as a kind of a thing to the side. It's actually a part of everything. It's a part of the way people do things.
Yeah.
And people live and breathe the policy. I think policies that have good paths of action for people who do notice people in distress, I think they're really great ones as well.
For sure. Because, yeah, as mentioned before, we tend to find a lot of businesses don't necessarily have a specific policy for mental health, but it sits under work health and safety. And when we don't define it, it just means that, you know, let's just take a work health and safety risk, a paper cut, you know, or a trip, or we're talking about remote working. So remote work is what are the trip hazards around you?
Sure.
But what we fail to include sometimes is what are the psychological stresses that could come with working remotely. Yeah. And defining it through a policy can help guide staff towards some steps that they can do. And what you've mentioned is defining the actual help seeking pathway.
Sure.
So I'll just take a moment to describe to those who are listening. We've got about 2 minutes, fantastic, for for those who are listening, what we tend to find that we need to do is really justify articulating to your staff what role you want them to take, because we don't necessarily want just general staff members to fill the shoes of mental health professionals, right? But us all as individuals can be proactive about seeking signs to notice when someone's not, well or not themselves. Or we can start to be proactive about checking in on others, yeah? But instead of necessarily filling the shoes of an accidental counsellor, it could be understanding what the help-seeking pathway or gesture is, and the basics that we do end up imparting for businesses is making sure they at least understand, like let's just say federally, what are the services that do exist that could help support someone in a time of need, because it's not your responsibility necessarily to make calls of action on behalf of individuals, but as a workplace, it's your duty of care to them, to be able to have that conversation and to be confident enough to be able to share that there are pathways out there, that there are services that they can seek help from, and being flexible to continue to support them. And simply defining just those things into a policy can help any individual, whether they're a worker or a staff member, whether they're a leadership team, to help at least acknowledge that there are referral pathways that can occur, but depending on your role, you don't necessarily have to fill those shoes and take on that maxi burden yourself. I'm sure I'm talking to the well familiar people in this room, but mental health is huge, yeah? And what we have is the health sector is maxed out. I'm sure we'll have touch on that in some of the other presentations, but sometimes that means that that step towards actually seeking help, it takes time. An individual may not be ready to actually seek professional counselling support, etc. Or if you do go to your local GP to get a mental health plan, it could be something like a 6-week to 6-month waiting list. And if you're a workplace that is actually knowledgeable of someone struggling and trying to encourage actually seeking help, that's still 6 weeks or 6 months that you need to continually checking in and being flexible with those individuals. And because their health system is maxed out like that, that's why we're starting to see it in everyday life. Yeah. So I know, Meg, you're going to talk about crisis. Waiting for a crisis is not necessarily the right moment to seek help.
No.
We have to be proactive about a wellness culture.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm all about proactivity. Yeah.
Fantastic, and that's where I will actually wrap up this session, because what we need to remind workplaces is it's not just about defining the crisis moment, it's about embedding the wellness strategies in place.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you, Ali, that was
Amazing.
amazing.
I'm so sorry that we couldn't get
The tech didn't work.
But we will provide a link in the pattern.
We'll put it on the website.
We'll put it on the website. There you go. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions in the chat, Amanda?
No.
Okay. I have a question about the work that you're doing at the moment. So we were chatting earlier, and you mentioned that you have some 2,000 kids going through the program in this week as we speak.
Yeah.
Which is, I've got to say, a large number of people.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the work that we do with MindLink is we're a health promotion charity. So we don't just do work in the workplaces, it's with schools and communities. And we're fortunate to be in Broma State High School this week. They're really proactive
Very
about
close to us, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
School. Yeah.
They're really proactive about celebrating Mental Health Week. And they have a whole week in which, when we reached out to the school, they insisted getting the entire school through the program.
That's incredible.
What we are seeing post-COVID is the need for anxiety education, is the need for continued cyberbullying pathways and understanding what's actually going on there. And unfortunately, there's also the need to be more proactive about consent culture. We have seen an increased level of domestic violence during this period, and so it's kicking the schools into wanting to be a bit more proactive about let's educate these guys early to help understand before they even need it what's required to just know the basics as to what are the signs and symptoms of mental health and how can you support a friend in a time of need. sharing before this workshop that one just beautiful and magic moment. So by using professional actors, we are actually able to role play and show the young people what it's like. So when someone is going through cyberbullying, the somber reality is that their mental health is affected, and bullying can actually lead to young people taking life. And these kids know that. They've seen it. It's their reality. Suicide's the number one leading cause of death for young people these days. What we start to have conversations about is why it's so hard to actually seek help. You know, what are the barriers behind people not wanting to actually speak up, not wanting to take these gestures? But we're able to remind them that it's like, wouldn't you prefer to sit through an awkward conversation instead of losing your friend? You know, even though it's hard to do, wouldn't you prefer to check in on them and continue to do everything that you can do when they are struggling? We highlight for them what services there are in the community, and particularly what services there are in school that they could tap into if they see any of this going on.
Yeah, that's incredible. And with 2,000 kids going through a program, you've got a really good chance of making a difference.
Yeah,
Particularly in a community, in a community that school belongs to.
Yeah. Just on the note of cyberbullying, it's interesting because we are able to run different programs, but this session is a health promotion session, so it's a pre-tailored program going in. But sometimes we can do peer support, so we design it with the children and young people's input. But initially, when we're trying to warm them into having these conversations, what is disheartening and sad is when you do see cyberbullying, asking the kids what the correct response is, how common it is that when they see a bully, that violence is the solution. You know, and we have to bring them around to that to make them realise that it's like short term, you think you're getting away with it, but long term, you know, one person can't just fix it all themselves. You do literally need a whole mob of people around to help take some of these actions, because it's pretty difficult sometimes to just note that I'm struggling here, and actually intervene and make a huge difference in that person's life.
Ali, thank you so much. I'm just such a huge fan of the work that you do, and I know Amanda is as well.
Definitely.
We're so glad that you could come and share that with this audience today. So, thank you. I don't think there's any other questions on the
No,
chat.
I think we're all good, and thank you very much for sharing all that, Ali, and you know, particularly from behind the screen. I'm super excited about all the work you're doing with our schools as well, because they're our next generation and we've got to start there.
100%. Yeah,
Fantastic.
no worries. Well, all the very best with everything else. Sorry, there were tech issues. It's just
all right.
life.
The day's not over.
Well, I think we're going to take a break.
We are.
And we're going to sort these tech issues out. So.
Great.
Awesome.
Fantastic, guys.
No worries.
All right, we're recording. Dr. Scott Allison, thank you for joining us. This is an important event about mental health, particularly in the construction industry. But I'm really curious to hear about, your background and your experience in supporting patients with mental health. Before we do that, can you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, thank
All right, we're recording. Dr. Scott Allison, thank you for joining us. This is an important event about mental health, particularly in the construction industry. But I'm really curious to hear about, your background and your experience in supporting patients with mental health. Before we do that, can you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, Meg. So my name's Dr. Scott Allison. I'm a GP at Queen Street Medical Centre in Brisbane. I'm also the Medical Director of Workplace Medicine Australia.
Great. All right. So tell us, I imagine that with everything opening up again in the city, the GP, your clinic is actually getting quite busy again. Is that right?
Yeah, so we closed for a while. Well, sorry, I should say we moved to telehealth for a while there. Being based in the CBD, things got a bit quiet for a month or so. So we just had to adapt, and a lot of our consultations went online. But yeah, since things have sort of settled down again, we're kind of back to pretty much full steam, with a little bit of telehealth sort of smattered in there still.
Yeah, great. And as a GP or working as a GP, tell us about your experience.
A presenting complaint in general practice. So certainly, it's our bread and butter. And as GPs, we like to think of ourselves as holistically looking after the health and well-being of patients, and that includes both physical and mental health issues. I think we're actually really well placed to do that as well. A lot of chronic illness and physical issues play into mental health issues and vice versa. So yeah, we see quite a lot of it in our day-to-day.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you talk about the complexity of mental health and how it can present as something else. First off, it can present as something physical. First off, is that something that happens often?
Yeah, it is actually. Somatization of psychological symptoms manifesting as physical symptoms is not uncommon. But often, often people will come in with a physical complaint, but when you sort of tease out what they're really there for, it turns out often to be a mental health issue, or at least have a component of that. So I think having a GP that's aware of those things and asks the questions is really important.
Yeah. Has it changed, Mike? Has presenting mental health changed over time in your career?
Possibly. I think there's probably a bit more of of an openness or a willingness to talk about these issues. Certainly, probably a bit more awareness. Things like what you're doing today, Meg, and this week in general, in fact. So yeah, I think from that point of view, there is a change in how probably both patients and practitioners alike think of and talk of mental health issues. Yeah.
Yeah. I always have this impression that people come to the GP and they're actually quite reticent sometimes to talk about their mental health. Is that still the case? And why do you think that is?
I think it depends on the individual. I think some people are actually really keen to talk about it, and they just need someone to ask the question or to start the conversation. Often, like I said, they'll present with something else, but really what they actually wanted to talk about was, their mental health and well-being. So I guess that again emphasizes the importance of us asking the patient the question and starting that dialogue with them.
Yeah, it sounds to me like a GP is a really important part of that sort of process of uncovering, mental health issues.
Yeah, definitely. It's I mean, we're well placed to follow people on their life journey, both physically and mentally. We get a really privileged insight into people's lives, socially, occupationally, physically, mentally, and all of those things can help us, I think, in supporting that patient through different issues in their lives. So yeah, absolutely, I think having a GP is really important.
You mentioned before as well that holistic sense of what human health. I imagine that plays a really big part in the conversations that you have with your patients.
Yeah, definitely. Look, a lot of our mental health consultation, so to speak, is really just going back to basics and working through patients' basic self-care, getting enough sleep, eating a well-balanced diet, making sure they're getting, their 30 minutes of exercise 5 days a week, planning activities that they enjoy doing. A lot of these things, it's really not hard-hitting medicine, but it's really important for people's mental health and well-being.
Yeah. So, if I'm coming to my GP and I know that I need to talk about my mental health, or I know that I'm struggling, how I imagine that for many people, starting that conversation is tricky. It's awkward. It's difficult to think of the right words to say. What would you say to people that how do they start the conversation with you, or how should they start the conversation with you?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Look, I think however feels right to them. To be honest, most GPs will inquire about people's mental health as a kind of opening, but I think a lot of GPs would probably be relieved if they knew that was what the patient wanted to talk about. So I don't think there's any right or wrong way to bring it up. Even something as simple as saying, look, doc, I'm really struggling, can we talk a little bit more about this? I think bringing it up in any way is helpful.
Yeah, and no matter how awkward, probably the most important thing is to actually bring it up in the first place.
I would hope it wouldn't be awkward, but absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned before that you have you're the medical director of workplace medicine. Tell us a little bit more about that. What is workplace medicine? What does it do?
So Workplace Medicine Australia, we started through COVID, actually, sort of in response to providing a workplace solution to companies, essentially so that they could continue trading through what was really an uncertain time period at the start of the pandemic. And we provided a screening solution for workplaces and workers arriving to the workplaces and screening for respiratory illness. So using thermal scanners and screening questions and then providing a telehealth consultation. But we've sort of moved more now into essentially providing corporate health services to companies, but with a real emphasis on physical, mental health coaching support in the workplace, and offering telehealth solutions.
Yeah, and it sounds like like taking what you do on a daily basis and then creating a version of that means that you get an attention to your health and well-being where you are. You're going to where the people are, which is typically at work most days.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, awesome. So what's next for workplace medicine? It sounds like it's really new and it's such an important role in workplaces because, as you say, you're going to where the people are. What's next for you guys?
Yeah, so we're trying to put together some programs around mental health and well-being, resilience building, those really important issues that people have in workplaces, and like you said, taking it to the workplace and bringing it to the employees at their place of work. A lot of people are too busy in their lives outside of work to make it to the doctor to get their annual checkup. So if we can really bring that preventative health service to them at work and be supported by their employers, I think we can improve the health and well-being of the employees and the overall health morale of the organisation.
Yeah, that's awesome. It really does change the kind of the way that sort of old-fashioned way of how medicine actually works, how it actually is available to people. So it's really kind of making it feel a bit more contemporary.
Yeah, I like to think we're evolving a bit more from that traditional, old school medicine to something a bit more modern and conventional.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I know that you have a full day of clinic, so I will leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. I think it's really important that people know the role that a GP plays in their mental health. So it was really great to chat to you and have you as part of our program today. Have a great day, and thank you so much.
No worries. Thanks so much for having me, Meg.
Awesome. So that was Dr. Scott Allison. I apologise we didn't get to introduce him before we started. We look at us solving problems as we go, sometimes prematurely solving problems and playing videos. We're really grateful that Scott was able to share his experience as a GP in the mental health journey that people typically take. And yes, Workplace Medicine Australia is an incredible startup. It's got some really innovative ways of bringing mental health support, but also other medical support into the workplace where people typically are. So going to the people rather than just sort of expecting people will come to you. We're going to take a really quick break and then you get to hear more of me, which is fortunate or unfortunate depending on your view. So
Super awesome.
All right, we'll be right back.
Let's go. Hey, we're back. We're live. We're having a lot of fun behind the scenes. So
Can they tell it's the first time?
I know, right? We're totally awesome at normal Zoom meetings, but this is definitely testing us. But we will walk away stronger and smarter, I'm sure. So now we have. I want to take a minute to introduce Meg. So Meg's just working the camera behind the scenes at the moment. But Dr. Meg is a registered psychologist with a PhD in organisational psychology. She's the director of Carousel Consulting and organisational change consulting with a team of psychologists helping clients solve people-related challenges. Sounds good, Meg.
Thank you.
So we're now going to share the screen so that you guys can share. We are, so that you guys can see Meg's PowerPoint.
We're not entirely sure, but
We're gonna, yeah, it'll work.
You think?
Yeah.
Hang on. Just riff.
Just keep talking.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for everybody joining us. We will have some behind the scenes photos.
I'll just remind people to put
Yes,
questions.
so we've got some behind the scenes photos of us loving it and not necessarily loving it when IT doesn't work. So we will be sharing those in the next couple of days. And yeah, just a gentle quick reminder that if you've got any questions as we go along, please put them in the question section and we will come back and answer them with you and for you. So I'm going to now hand it over to the fabulous Dr. Meg Hooper.
I don't know. I don't know if we should.
Come on.
I can't figure out how to get. Do you know how to do this bit?
Oh, look.
You just.
You should just be able to click on it and it should just come up.
All right. We're
gonna do a swap and we're gonna swap IT awesomeness and I'm gonna put Meg in front of the computer, in front of the screen.
Look at me go. No, it's not working. Okay.
So we're gonna. I'll just keep talking.
So why don't you tell people about AWIC, just in case they don't
know who we are. So Awesome Women in Construction was created 3.5 years ago now to support awesome women in construction. So if you've got any questions about us, you can visit us and see what we're all about on awic.org.au. But you know, being an awesome woman in construction doesn't mean you have to have a tool belt on, or you don't always have to wear safety boots, or you know, you could be an accountant that specialises in construction. You know, our member base is far and wide, and that's what I love about it, in the sense that we've got, you know, executive PAs, we've got lawyers, we've got accountants, we've got psychologists, we've got photographers, we've got estimators like yours truly, we've got a huge and wide source of content and people. And you know, we've also then got a small business. So if you're a painter's wife and you're running the business behind the scenes, we might all let him think that he is, but we know who truly is, then please feel free to come to an AWIC event. We've got the rest of 2020 lined up. So we're going to be doing Santa Claus is coming to a town near you, and we will be starting in Bulow on the first week of November. I would say the date, but it's not in my mind right now. So we're going to go to Bulow first week of November, second week of November we're going to Andrea. That's where we're going. And then third week we are at Peta. And then we're going to have a little bit of a week's break, but we will all be at the HIA Women in Construction Awards Luncheon. And then we will be having our final event for 2020 at the Design Centre on Friday, the first Friday in December, and that is going to be a cracker event. So lots of fun to come after we finish our tech today. And now it's time to introduce Meg. Come on down.
Thank you. Can I just say, if anything was demonstrating resilience right now in the face of technical challenges, it's Amanda and I. Thank you so much for having me, and this is really a passion area for me. I'm going to need the clicker to click through slides.
You are going to need the clicker.
Let's just hope that all right. So I really wanted to talk to people about what it means to thrive at work. So we heard from Peter, we heard from Ali around some of the ways that we talk about mental health from a distress point of view. So when things are going wrong, sometimes though we are our own resources, and thriving at work actually means that we take a bit more, we have a bit more of self-awareness of what it means, not just to cope, but to bounce forward. Before I do that, I do want to find the little button. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, everybody. I've lost.
It's on mine.
There we go. Good. Yeah. Okay. So just stay there. So before I start, I want to just reiterate our acknowledgement of the traditional owners of the land we're meeting on. I work and live on land that belongs to the Yagara, Jagara and Yagara people. And on this land, I feel really deep gratitude that I get to feed and house my family and earn a living and engage in fulfilling work. I offer my deepest respects to leaders past, present and emerging of all First Nations people of Australia. And I seek to learn from this, the oldest continuous living culture in the world, whose ways of knowing both challenge and enlighten me. And in the work that I do, I believe my work is richer when I'm open to the deep understanding of human behaviour that informs particularly social structures and relationship protocols for Aboriginal people. So, what does it mean to be resilient at work? What is, and so I guess we come back to this idea of, well, what is resilience? So when we think about the sorts of things that Peta was talking about, she talked about the three-legged stool. She talked about being able to say, I am, I have, and I can. Those three legs of the stool that really create a sense of identity within us, that I am a resilient person because I have these resources available to us. Now, in a lot of respects, this blank box that you can see here is your opportunity to write what resilience really means to you. But when we think about the three-legged stool, and we think about I have, I can, and I am, what does that actually look like? So when we talk about resilience, we talk about our response to things. What is a resilient response? To us, a healthy resilient response means that we can use our feelings as a source of information. It's a really important component. We'll be talking about that a little later on as well. We can describe the resources we've got that will help. We can confidently say what's important to us, and we can make choices about what our next step is. Now, that's all very well, but how do you get it? And so when you think about where resilience comes from, it's really important to remember that resilience is not I've got it or I don't. And Peta spoke about some of the more traditional responses to when things go wrong, which might include us being very stoic or just getting on with it, or showing discipline. People who are in distress or people who aren't perhaps coping as well are somehow morally failing. We really reject that idea. What we, how we see resilience is this really dynamic and context-driven state, which allows us to flourish. It allows us to be the best that we can be. It's really important to know that it's not a personality trait. It's something that is driven by the resources that we have around us. Remember back to Peta's presentation when she talked about the platter of resources that people have available to them. So being resilient doesn't mean you are or you aren't. Being resilient, as far as we're concerned, is about accessing resources. So the model of resilience that I'm going to talk to you today is specifically about accessing those resources at work. What does resilience look like when we're at work? accessing those resources requires skills, and it requires us to invest in the components that are important to a resilient and healthy response at work. So again, context is important. It's really easy to be resilient when things are going right, when we're not under pressure, we don't feel stress, and well, we're not in a global pandemic, for example. So with that in mind, we want to understand, what does all this look like at work? During a week, most of us spend the majority of our working hours at work. So it's a really important context for us to understand from this perspective. The important thing to think about when we think about workplace resilience is we can focus on well-being, but if we only focused on well-being, we miss the point that actually we come here to work to do a job. And so we have to include performance in the equation. We all know what it's like when we go to work, and performance is the only thing that our workplace focuses on. It excludes our well-being, and we definitely don't have access to resources that encourage us to be resilient. So we see resilience at work as a combination of both well-being and performance. And both of those elements need to be thought about when we're thinking about what it is to be resilient. So I want to introduce you to a model, and this is the model that we use with our clients. It's the model that we prefer when it comes to explaining the resources that people need to invest in order to have a healthy, resilient response to the things, to change, challenge, uncertainty, all of those sorts of conflict, all of those sorts of things. So this model comes from a friend of ours, Kath McEwen. She has developed this model for quite some time, and it's gaining popularity and it's gaining traction because it's a great way of understanding the components that interact and to create a resilient response in human beings when they're at work. Here you can see there are 7 components of, or 7 resources that people have access to that or people need to invest in order to have a resilient response to things, and these things interplay to make us resilient. Starting at the top, living authentically. Living authentically is around understanding ourselves. It's a self-awareness component. It really means that we need the skills to be able to understand what our values are, but also understand our strengths, what we're good at. And finally, under living authentically, we need to understand our emotional landscape. What do emotions mean for me? What triggers negative emotion for me? Understanding all of those sorts of things is a key component to living authentically. We'll be talking about this one particularly in a moment. Finding our calling is about finding meaning in the actual work. It's a bit more job specific. So what's the meaning in the work that we're doing? I have to find a strong sense of belonging in the work that I do for me to find my calling. We know that finding your calling is a really important part of being resilient at work. Maintaining perspective, and often we spend a lot of time with clients in this one. Maintaining perspective is the first of the internal resources. So remember, Peter talked about both internal and external resources that we have. Sometimes the external resources are called social resources. And other times the internal resources are things like self-esteem, mindset, all of those sorts of things. Maintaining perspective is very much around mindset and is very much an internal resource. So when we think about maintaining perspective, we're talking about finding, sustaining a sort of solution-focused approach to things that go wrong. So rather than getting caught up in the problem and caught up in the things that are going wrong, we're able to step back and put things in perspective. Now, it's really hard to put a global pandemic into perspective. And so there are tips and tricks that we teach people about how to put a global pandemic into your mindset. How do I operate knowing that I'm in this context that I can't control? So maintaining perspective is, we focus very much on that. We also focus on not just the elements that we can't control, like a global pandemic, but we also encourage people to think about things they can influence, and then to think about things that they can directly control, and to spend most of their time on those things that they can actually control. Mastering stress is about habits and routines. Stress mastery comes from the idea that we have work, rest and play in our lives, and Peta referred to this as well in her presentation. Work is obviously, it's work. It's what it is. It's what we do for the majority of our weekday day. Play is hobbies, and play might be sport. Play might be a whole bunch of things, but it's different to rest, and that's a really important distinction. And Peta made this when she was talking about the platter of things available to people as well. The reason it's an important distinction to make is when we're playing, we're still performing, just like we do at work. We're still performing to some extent. Play operates differently to work, but when we're playing, we might be playing a sport. Sometimes we're playing a sport to win. Sometimes we're doing a hobby to get better at it. There's a whole bunch of things that mean that we, about play, that are different to rest. Rest is removing that performance element. Rest is about reflection. And rest is about finding ways for your brain to take a break and to process the events of the day or the week or the month. Our brains are actually, typically, our brains are really good at this. We often don't give them a chance to do it. So work, rest and play are important parts. Building a routine around those is what we call stress mastery. Interacting cooperatively is the first of our social resources, and it relies on this idea of reciprocity. So not only should I be seeking support from others in order to sustain a resilient response when things go wrong, but I should also be offering support. There's a couple of things that happen when we offer and seek support. When I offer support, I'm validating other people. I'm telling other people that they are a valuable part of my life. When I seek support, I'm increasing my own vulnerability, and the relationship between myself and another person actually deepens. Deep relationships, we know, are a really important resource for humans who in terms of resilience. So interacting cooperative, it relies on this idea of reciprocity. Number 6, staying healthy, is exactly as it sounds. It's really difficult to make healthy, resilient decisions when you're unwell. And we know that eating right, or eating nutritious foods, getting enough exercise and getting enough sleep are important precursors in the main, to wellness. Sleep in particular tends to have the most direct impact on our decision making and whether those decisions are resilient decisions or not. We all know what it's like to try and have a really tough day at work when you haven't had enough sleep the night before. Building networks is the second of our resilience resources. Our social resources, I should say. So whereas interacting cooperatively focuses on the depth of the relationship that I have with others at work, building networks relies on me having a broad network, a strategic network, so that support might not necessarily look like emotional support. It could look like technical support. It could look like professional support. All of those sorts of things come from building a network and knowing who's able to support me at any given time. So we find this model, we think of it like a portfolio, a finance portfolio. Just as a balanced approach to financial portfolios is a good way to go, a balanced approach to your resilience portfolio is also a great way to go. Sometimes we hang on to one of these components and we call those overdone strengths, where I rely on it to the exclusion of investing in the other areas of the framework, the other areas of my life. We see that a lot where people use exercise as a way of mastering their stress, using exercise as a way of processing the events of the day. When that exercise isn't available to you, you have to draw on other areas of your life. If you've been injured or something happens to prevent you from using exercise, as in our example, it's really important that the portfolio is full. And it's a really great model for people to understand what it looks like to bring yourself and your resilient self to work. So the area that I really wanted to talk to, and it is my favourite, currently my favourite component of the model, is, the next point that I wanted to make is that resilience is nested. So what I mean by that is that we can bring our resilient selves to work. We can focus on investing in those areas, those resources that make a difference to our resilience. But when we go to work, we typically belong to a team. And you can get a bunch of resilient people together, you don't necessarily get a resilient team. And so we use another model, and we haven't got time to go into it today, but we do use another model for teams to help them understand what resilience looks like and the sorts of things that teams need to invest in order to be resilient. The interesting thing though is there is an interplay between individual and team resilience. Team resilience is often a really important resource for individuals, a really important social resource for individuals to maintain their own individual resilience. Team resilience, though, doesn't sit alone, and in a workplace it's nested within leadership behaviours, and those leadership behaviours are driven by organisational culture and systems and processes and practices that tell us what's okay and what's not okay. So that's a really important thing to think about if you're a workplace and you're thinking about, oh, well, maybe we should do some things to help people sustain their resilience. Well, you've got to think about the big picture as well. But certainly don't not provide support to people in the first instance. So tomorrow is World Values Day. October the 15th is World Values Day, and values, as I said before, are a really important component of living authentically. It's very difficult for us to live authentically if we don't understand what our values are. By that I mean what's important to us. What are the things that guide our decisions? So I wanted to talk a little bit more about living authentically in honour of tomorrow being World Values Day. Living authentically, as I said before, is very much a self-awareness component. The investment that we make in living authentically is typically around understanding and knowing ourselves. It sounds, as we said, it sounds a little bit navel-gazy. It sounds like we're paying a bit too much attention to ourselves. But if you remember the conversation that Peta and I had earlier on, self-care or living authentically, we can't see these things as selfish. We actually need to see them as self-responsible. Because by living authentically, I'm bringing a much more resilient self to the workplace, and I'm actually likely to be performing better. Remember, performance is an important component of a resilient response. So the first thing we need to know about ourselves to live authentically is to understand our values, what's important to us and what guides us in our decision making. When we're operating outside of our own value set, maybe we've been asked to do something that we just don't agree with or don't believe in, this is often a source of stress in the workplace. In fact, values conflict there's a lot of research now that shows that values conflict is a major source of stress in many workplaces. So understanding what your values are in the first place helps you articulate why that conflict can cause stress. The other thing about living authentically is knowing our strengths, knowing what we're good at, and making sure that those strengths are being deployed. There's nothing worse than being in a job where you don't get to flex your muscle, you don't get to show what you're really good at. So we need to understand what those things are in the first place. And that's what we mean when we talk about understanding our strengths and being able to deploy those in a productive way. And finally, emotional landscape. Understanding our emotional landscape is a really important component of living authentically. Knowing what my values are, what I'm good at, and then understanding how things might trigger what things might trigger negative emotion for me, or what things might trigger enjoyment and joy and positive emotions for me. Understanding that emotional landscape is an important part of being able to regulate that landscape. Because when we go to work, they're highly social environments, there's a strong etiquette around emotional management and regulation. And being able to, being aware of that and having the tips and tricks available to us to be able to regulate our emotional response is a really important part of that as well. So when we talk about our values and knowing our values, what are we really talking about? Well, effectively, your values are your answers to the following questions. What's truly important to you in your life? So if you were to lose something, what would be the most devastating thing that you could lose? That gives you a clue as to what your values are. What fills you with joy? Think back to the moments when you felt pure and sort of tethered joy. What were the things that were the precursor to that experience of joy? That starts to give you a little bit of a clue as to what your values are, what sorts of things you find really important to you. And when do you feel most satisfied and fulfilled? A really great exercise to do is to think about a time when you had to make a really tough decision, and to write down what that decision was. The next thing you do is to understand, well, write down in a sentence why. Why did you make that decision? Once you have the why statement, then reduce it to one word. We often find that one word is typically a value statement. It's a statement of something that is important to me. So for example, it might be that I made a really important decision to start a business. Why did I start? Well, I wanted to have control over the sorts of work I did, and I wanted to have control over the quality of the work that I did. And so when I created a word out of that, the word that came was freedom. And so freedom, I suddenly started to understand that freedom was an important value to me and that I should take note of that. The reason why values are important and knowing our values are important is not in and of themselves. Our values are important to know because we can start to think about how we can set goals in order to achieve things that are consistent with our values. And so these goals need to be behavioural. They need to be things that we want to do. We can have a goal to be happy, but that's not particularly helpful because having a goal to be happy doesn't actually give us any clues as to how to get there. If we make our goal behavioural, I want to be able to do the work that I love, or I want to be able to make my clients happy with me, then those are goals that are behavioural. They're things that we're actually being able to put into place. The difference between those two goals that I spoke about there was that they are outcome goals. And outcome goals are really great because those are the things that are most closely related to our values. What we need to do is to break those goals down into something that's procedural, something that is process oriented. So it might be, in order to keep my clients happy, I need to make sure that I respond to every email within 2 hours. Now that's just a silly example because I've never managed to do that. However, and nobody's got really cross at me yet. But you can see the difference between the process-oriented goal, where it's something that I've got complete control over, or the outcome-oriented goal. It's important to have both. It's important to have our outcome goal, but it is really important to have the process one because that's how we get there. And as I said, once we've got that goal, then we need to start thinking about, now it's really important, it's really easy when things are going well to behave in a way that's consistent with our goals, with our values and our goals. But when things get tough, it's really, there are things that we can do that pull us away from those goals. And so understanding our behaviour in context of our goals is really important to understand the difference between the behaviours that take us toward our goals versus the behaviours that take us away from our goals. And to catch ourselves and be able to help us resist behaving in a way that's not going to get us where we want to be and ultimately have the life that we want to live. Oh, sorry.
and it's almost commencing again. You just drag it over a bit. She should pop up. Yep.
So as I said before, it's when things are going really well, it's really easy to focus on to behave in a way that's consistent with our goals, our vision, and our goals and our values. But when things go wrong, then that's when thoughts and feelings can get in the way. And the challenge with thoughts and feelings, particularly negative thoughts and feelings, are that they can hook us in a way that drags us down into the behaviours that takes away from our goal. And it's really important that we unhook ourselves from those. And one of the things that people often find the most challenging to unhook themselves from is negative feelings. Those negative emotions that get in the way of us making great decisions, us behaving in a way that's going to achieve our values and our goals. So I wanted to just share with you a really handy technique for starting that process of unhooking from those feelings and being able to then redirect our energy towards the behaviour that will help us achieve our values and our goals. And this comes back to this idea of knowing our emotional landscape as well. This is a 4-step process. It takes practice and it is a process. There is no right answer here. The point is that you go through the process. So the first thing we need to do is we need to, first of all, recognise that there is a negative emotion that's getting in the way and is hooking us down a path that is not helpful for us and ultimately isn't consistent with our values and our goals. Once we've done that, then we need to notice the emotion. And first place we notice it is in our body. Describe where it sits. Is it in your chest? Is it in your shoulders? Do you feel it in your hands because you're tightening your grip or holding or clenching your hands? Notice where the emotion sits within your body. Call it out loud, and I actually encourage people to say this out loud. You might feel silly, but find a quiet place to do it and say it out loud and put your hand where you're feeling that particular emotion. The second thing you need to do is then to name that emotion and name the qualities of that emotion. So what do I call this thing that I'm feeling? Is it fear? Is it anxiety? Is it sadness? We can do this with positive emotions as well, of course. We can experience joy and happiness, and those have a physical response as well. But those emotions don't tend to hook us down a path of behaviour that isn't helpful and isn't consistent with our values. So noticing that emotion, naming the emotion, and building our vocabulary around what emotions are and the qualities that they have, then I can make space for it. Now, the interesting thing about emotion is the more we try to get rid of it, the more it sticks. The more we focus on it and try to squash it into a little ball and make it as small as possible, it actually has the opposite effect. It ends up being our sole focus. By making space for the emotion, we're actually allowing enough space around that emotion so that it can start to dissipate. It can start to dilute itself, and that comes with sitting with it and taking a different perspective on it. So what if I were just to notice that emotion? What if I called out anger? Say I'm feeling angry. I have noticed that I'm angry. I've called it anger because that's what it is. Now I have to sit with it and I have to just be and observe what anger is doing to me. We notice after a while, it's not an immediate fix, and this does take practice. We notice after a while that anger doesn't become the big issue that it used to be for us. It doesn't tend to hook us into behaviours that are unhelpful because we've made space for it. We haven't tried to squash it into a little ball. We've allowed it to breathe a little bit. Once we've done that, then we can start on our thought processes, and we can start to, well, what thought process was in that context? What did I think before I felt angry? What happened before I felt angry? And that way we start to build our awareness of our emotional landscape and understand the triggers of those negative emotions for us. So we've come to the end of this journey. It's a snapshot of what resilience, how we think of resilience at work. it's mixed, and sometimes when we're at work, we don't have opportunities to talk to counsellors, and we have our social structures around us, and that really relies on us using our own resources. So by having a look at this model, you can see that there are things that we can be proactive about, because as Ali said before, waiting until we're not feeling particularly resilient isn't the time to start investing in this. These are preemptive strike strategies. So, thank you. Thanks for having me and listening to me talk about models of resilience that help us understand resilience at work. And yeah, get in touch, stay in touch. And let us know if you've got any questions in the chat. Here's Amanda.
Hi.
How you going?
So I thought I'd jump in and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very
My
cool.
pleasure.
Oh, anytime. So I'm hoping that we're all in the
Should
same.
I stop sharing the screen?
Yeah, let's stop sharing the screen so we can make sure that we
I'll just give people a moment to save my contact details.
we can share them as well. Yeah, we'll make sure that we share it too.
Okay, well, we can't see us.
We can't see
It's
us.
probably for the best.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I did take you off the short Zoom and put you on a long one, so hopefully
So
we're
you
all
can
in
fit
screen.
in,
Yeah,
Yes, my ghost in the way. Yeah.
It's all good. So yeah, thank you very much. That was really cool. So we've had a fantastic morning.
We have an amazing morning. How resilient are we?
Like
Weathering the storm, I think, look right here.
I know, right? You know, who else better than technical knowledge so far? And you know what, considering all the practices we did with IT, you know,
it just goes to show that skill sets have their limits.
Yeah, and identifying where the strengths are, you know,
Deploying our strengths.
learning new strengths.
Exactly.
So it's been a great morning. So we're just going to take a quick break.
Yes.
And then we've got a couple of interviews we're going to play.
Absolutely. Some really great interviews. Yeah. Scott's was fantastic, but yeah, they're all really great.
They are. And it's great to hear different perspectives from different, I'm going to say age demographics, but also, you know, people that have been in different industries as well. So awesome.
Yeah.
Talk to you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
And you've got to go and quickly leave. I'm back again. Hi, can't go quickly. So we just, because of our tech issues earlier, we are running a little bit behind, and one of our beautiful speakers that we really don't want to miss the opportunity to share her thinking and her stories. She's got some great stories and a really great model that she's dreamed up to share with you. We are going to bring Andrea Anderson forward because, again, fangirl here of Andrea Anderson. I'm going to embarrass her because I can. Oh, I can see her. So we're going to go straight to you, Andrea, and that requires that we make you host. So you have the power, you just have to give it back again at the end. All right, everybody, introducing the wonderful Andrea Anderson to share some of her ideas about business resilience.
Thanks so much, Meg. I promise I'll attempt to give back power. You know what I'm like when I get a little bit in my hand.
All right, let's get this sorted.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's had a fantastic day so far. Thank you so much for being on board today and supporting Awesome Women in Construction. I'm pretty sure that you've actually received a lot of expertise and knowledge from everybody here today, so it's all good. Amanda, can I just bring you back for a moment? Have you got my PowerPoint presentation there? If not, I can very quickly bring it up. On my end. No. Okay. You'll have to do it. You're the host now. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Okay, first things first, if you can just let me know if you can see my screen, if someone can just give me a bit of a thumbs up just to make sure you're not looking at the beautiful umbrellas, but you are actually, oh, I think someone's come to me. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate you coming back and letting me know. So, look, I won't keep you, like I said before, I'm sure you've had some incredible speakers here today. But what am I here to talk about in the short time that I've got with you, which, by the way, I just want to say a big shout out to Amanda and Meg for the incredible task that you've done in putting together this particular program for the Mental Health Week, which I know is out there not only supporting those that are here on the call with us, but more importantly, will continue to support those later on. So I commend you for doing so. So we're talking about organisational health, from good to great and freaking amazing. I don't know about the rest of you, but boy, you know, I'm over being a little bit in the doldrums about stuff. It's time for us to shake it off and to start looking at how we can move together, move forward together and more positively. I guess just to give you a little bit of an introduction about me and why this topic is so particularly important to me. Well, look, I've been in business now for 5 years with my current entity, which is Your Marketing Machines. We are a marketing agency that also deals with strategy and communications primarily. And look, for some businesses out there, for some industries, when COVID first hit, there's been some real massive challenges in that particular industry. For marketing and digital marketing, it's been quite the opposite. It's been quite a positive response. But does that mean that we're under any less pressure than anyone else in the market? No. If anything, we're feeling equally the challenges and frustrations of being a business owner and having to support not only yourself with the level of uncertainty out there for business, but also those of, I guess, your team. And look, I do have team with me. I'm very, very fortunate. My slaves, as I call them jokingly. And look, it's been a really incredible time. And how do we manage ourselves and also be positive enough to have an environment that continues to grow and allows growth to take place. For me, I look at it from the perspective that we all have our own ways of dealing with our challenges, with issues and frustrations, our emotions, the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we talk. And what I found really important for me in my business environment was that fundamentally it was up to me to make sure that whoever came into the workspace or into the work environment, they were treated with the same level of respect that I would want to be treated with. So I want to take you through a 4-step process that funnily enough, I do use every day. And it's what keeps me in check. It keeps me allowing to look at how am I actually managing myself first and foremost, and then how is that actually impacting on the environment that I have for my team, whether that team is face-to-face in your office space or virtually. So what I'm going to talk about is scan your workplace, and it's 4 simple tips to regain, maintain and sustain your work environment for all stakeholders. And one of the things I'm going to encourage you to do, for those of you who are on the call, please, I know you're going to have questions. So I'm going to dare you, I'm going to tempt you to actually put those questions into the chat box. Go on, test me, see how good I am, or maybe not so good, but I'd love to get your thoughts, your ideas, and I'd also love to receive your questions to see how we can best support each other. So the S starts for safe space. And look, this is talked a lot in personal environments, but for me, I spend a lot of time in my office with my team and the external team that I also work with. And for me, it's really important that there is a safe space somewhere in the environment for the team, including myself, just to go and take that time out, just to chill, just to relax. And it's a quiet zone. It's a space to unplug from the environment. Essentially it's that I'm tapping out, just give me 5, I'm tapping out, whether it's I just need to just get out of my own head, I need to calm myself down, or I just need to take stock of what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and what's actually going through my mind. I find that in my previous businesses, I've always had a leather couch, a black leather couch, and what I used to do was tap out, I'm out for 20 minutes, I just need to take some space and some time out. And it's something that I used to encourage the staff to do as well. It's just, guys, if you just need a break, there's the couch, go and take a seat, just let us know how long you're going to be out of action for, and then let us know and we'll cover everything until you're ready to go us. The second part of a safe space inside your work environment, and that is a daily check-in. This is giving you the chance to check in with how others are feeling, thinking, being, and talk through the conversations that are going on in their mind. And that's one thing about us that we're exceptional at. We're exceptional at having conversations with ourselves. And 9 times out of 10, they're normally detrimental. And what I find most fascinating is that if we heard someone else saying negative comments to us, we're probably going to go up there and smack them with a 2x4, or at least give them a piece of our mind. But yet, how often do we, inside a safe space or inside the work environment, do we actually go, you know what, I need to stop being so negative with myself. And I need to ensure that others are catching me out if I'm saying something negative about me as well. So daily check-ins, this is usually where I just go around the team and I just go, hey, how you going? Or good old Joey Tribbiani, how you doing? And I'd love to know just what's going on in people's lives. For my staff, many of them are university students as well, so they're studying and working at the same time. They've got immense amounts of pressure and stress on them right now, as well as me dumping a lot of stuff on them. So I find it's really important that this workspace is a safe space for them to come to chill, to relax, to go, I just can't, Andrea, I don't think I'm really going to be here 100% today. And it's like, hey, it's cool. Just take a chill pill and get through what you can. And then the third component is being welcoming. In other words, creating a safe space that is, I guess, an opportunity for you to be you without judgment and fear. I spend a lot of time walking around, making sure everyone's cool, making sure everyone's just in the zone. We talk and have very frank conversations about stuff. For me as their leader, I find it to be quite a privilege that they entrust me enough to be quite open and frank with me. But more importantly, it's about them knowing that they have somewhere where they can just come and be. Okay, the next one for us is the C. It's the control criteria. Let's get real. Boy, has there been a lot of uncontrollable elements there that we've just had to deal with, like complete total stuff ups beyond our control that we just haven't had anything really positive to do or say. So the key here for me is when I'm looking at my work environment and ensuring that I've got that safe space, I've become very clear about what I can control inside the work environment. And there's a few key elements here that I can do, and that's I can control the dedicated hours. So the hours, or reevaluate how long your team are working and establish those timeouts to allow your team to rest. I'm a big fan of people taking time out, do it every hour, just take a walk for 5-10 minutes, I don't know, go take a seat in the comfy chair, go sit in the dark, do what you need to do just to recoup and ensure that you feel like you're in control. The second stage for control criteria is the work load. And as a marketing agency, we get slammed. We've got current clients we're working with, they've ramped up their work. We've had new clients that we've onboarded, they've ramped up their work. I've got proposals coming out of the wazoo that I need to get through. I've got new clients that we've just signed on that need to be onboarded. And in amongst all the busyness of being busy, you as a business owner or as a leader, you've got all of the other elements that you need to consider as well. So the encouragement here is dedicated workload. Look at the kind of workload that's currently on the table, the proverbial table for everybody, and take stock. What we need to understand and appreciate is that we're not machines. We weren't machines pre-COVID, although we were working like machines. And if anything, what COVID has done is it's leveled that playing field. So now it's time for us to rebuild the way that our businesses operate, the way that we disperse workloads, and ensure that we're creating a team environment for people to play within. Because we don't know, in some cases, what's happening in people's personal lifetime, in people's personal lives, what's happening on the home front. Are they dealing with a partner who's lost their employment? Are they dealing with the fact that their children still haven't gone back to work, gone back to school yet? Are they dealing with lockdown stages? So the key here for us as leaders is we need to make sure that the workload is not getting on top of the staff, but more importantly, that the staff have the confidence to get on top of the workload. And then the third part there for me with control criteria is that dedicated workspace. When we were all working virtually, our homes became our office, they became school, they became the place where we have dinner, they became the place where we sleep. And suddenly the lines became very blurred in regards to what was what was a workspace, what was a home space, what was a school space. So once again, I encourage you to be reviewing your proverbial workspaces for your employees. If they are still working from home, have they got a dedicated space? Have they managed to create that dedicated space that is purely work? In my home, my husband had to come home and work from home. So his man cave became his office space, but his man cave was where he would go and play his spaceys and build his Lego. And suddenly that became tarnished with work. So one of the things that we had to do was create a secondary space for him that became his man cave, where he could just relax and chill. So he could close the door on the proverbial home office, move into the other space where he could go and rest and relax. The third component of scan your workplace is it's all about we. This isn't an I environment anymore. We have had to learn how to work collaboratively, work virtually. We've also had to learn how to develop relationships virtually as well and maintain connection and communication. If you are currently finding yourself in your work environment where you're working in silo because of COVID-19, this is even more important for you, because it's time now for us to be talking about a we. It's about we have to share the workload. We have to come up with solutions. We have to figure out what the process is. And this is very prevalent in my particular organisation. Yes, I'm the leader of the business, and yes, I've got junior staff who work for me. However, in my work environment, we come up with a solution to the problem. We come up with whatever the process may be. And so, as it says there, for me, 3 key elements for this we, and that is we are a team, we are a quasi family, and we are in this together, genuinely in this together. So I now use tools such as Trello, Slack. We're looking at moving into workflow. Max, if anyone's got any ideas or thoughts of that, would appreciate your feedback on that one. But we are now looking for ways that we can stay connected and be more supportive to each other, so that we can empower initiative, ideas and solutions that can be brought to the table for everybody. So it's so important for me to know that when I'm looking and I'm scanning the room and I go, are we working together? Are we coming together? Are we sharing of food, for example? What I mean by that is not necessarily sharing food, but are we actually sitting down and having lunch together? Are we talking about things other than just business? Are we talking about ideas, hopes, dreams, aspirations that we've got for ourselves moving into 2021? And you've heard the saying, I'm not signing up for 2021 until I know that 2020's been done. Okay, and it's the same in our environment here. We have a lot of open conversations because why? We're a family and we care. So the 4th part of scan your workplace is the new normal. And guess what? This is a new normal, and I know people are probably sick to death of hearing that. But the reality is this is a new normal. There is no going back. There is no having it the way it was. Those days have pretty much gone, and I doubt that they will ever return. So the key here is when you're looking at what is the new normal for you, as the leader of your business or the department that you may be working in, 3 key elements here of what's going to be the new normal for your business. For me, it's about the business environment, the business future, and business successes. Because as a marketer, as you know, one of the questions you're always asked is, who's your ideal target audience? Right now, it's anybody who's going to pay my retail price to as they're told, not complain, put me on a retainer, and then go tell everybody about me. That's my ideal target audience. If they're black, blue, green, red, yellow, I don't care. If they're based in Taiwan, Timbuktu, or Toronto, I don't care. Right now for me, it's looking at what is going to be my new normal for my business and our team. How do I know? How do I look at my business environment through a different pair of eyes? And that's what we've had to do. We've been forced to change. And I have to admit, probably forced to change for the good as well. So the key here is looking at your business environment, and that is, as the leader of your business, you set the attitude and the ambiance of your work environment. Something that I do quite often, and that is I do like to celebrate small wins. I like to celebrate big wins, and so it's nothing unusual for me to walk around going, booyah! But mother, but, and everyone just cracks up laughing at me. So why? Because I think it's really important. When one of my staff does something really good, guess what? I tell them, how do you celebrate? And they normally say very quietly and sheepishly, booyah. And I go, I can't hear you. I'm getting old. I'm deaf. What are you saying to me? And they go, booyah. And I go, a little bit louder. I thought I heard something. And then I've got them shouting booyah. So for us, it's about setting an environment, a business environment that still underpins the values that Meg was talking about, and provides that opportunity for the values not to be fancy words on a wall, but actually to eat, sleep and breathe inside your business environment. Your business future is going to be uncertain, folks. There is no certainty anymore. And so the key here is when you're looking at your business plans, your strategies that you may have developed all those months ago, realistically, how relevant are they for you today? And guess what? I'm going to give you ownership here. If they're of no blooming use to you, rip them up, burn them, and start again. That's the beauty about the business future that we're in. And as I mentioned earlier, what COVID's done is it's wiped the slate clean. So you can be, do, feel, think any way you want. It's like the clock's been reset. So now here's the opportunity for you to be looking at your future and determining for you what is the future you want for your business, right? Because guess what? It's now back in your hands. And then the third part of the new normal, and as I mentioned earlier, the business success. Take the time to celebrate the small wins, the big wins, celebrate the small steps that you take. If you're an e-commerce business and finally you're starting to get people buy from you, celebrate it, jump up in joy and go, fantastic. Someone out there still likes me or still cares about me. Every chance that you take to celebrate success, here's what you do. From an energetic perspective, you change the energy inside your workspace. You elevate the vibration. And what happens is that energy flows. Why? Because you've moved out of the doldrums. You've taken that humorous approach of going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say a booyah because Andrea told me to. But the more that you say it, the more you begin to own it. The more you own it, the more you believe it, the more change that you have inside your business environment. So as I've mentioned, scan your workplace. This is that opportunity for you to truly change the way that your business is going to be seen moving into 2021 and beyond. The opportunity is now in your hands for you to take control of that and for it to be, do, and see whichever way you want it to be. Remember all of those old things that you've wanted to change and that you wanted to remove. Now's the time for you to be resilient, and now's the time for you to make those changes inside that business operation. So, Andrea Anderson from Your Marketing Machines. I call myself the Chief Ideas Specialist. If you do find yourself needing that little bit of extra encouragement or support, whether it's for yourself or for your team or for your business environment, as I've mentioned, as you'll see down here on the bottom, here are just some samples of some places that are available to you. Beyond Blue, Lifeline Australia, and I'm sure if you had locked into Dr. Peta Lilley, she may have been talking about the Hope Initiative for you, but also Headspace. Wherever you are in the world and whatever the situation is for you today, I'm going to encourage you. In fact, I'm going to implore you that now's the time for you to get connected. Now's the time for you to reach out, to develop those relationships that truly will support and propel you into the future. If you need to get hold of me, Your Marketing Machines, www.yourmarketingmachines.com.au. But otherwise, if we've got some questions, I'm here to help. And thank you. Amanda, Meg, are you there?
Hi, I'm back.
Hi.
Fantastic. So I'm just getting Meg to check to see if we've got any questions there. I know there was a lot of, yes, I relate to that and great topics and those sorts of things, but no actual questions at this stage. So
I've got a question.
Meg's got a question.
Go,
Behind
Meg.
the desk.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
When you find yourself responding to your inner critic, what do you do to get yourself out of it?
Okay. Can you repeat that, Amanda?
So when you can hear your inner critic, how or what tools can you give us to, put her on the shelf and let her away, tuck her away for a while?
Like if you're finding that your energy levels are starting to decline a little bit, or you
all that voice in the back of your head going,
yeah.
what are you doing this for? I told you you couldn't do this, but you know, we all have it.
Absolutely we do.
How can we pack her up in a nice little box, put her on the shelf, and then ignore her forever?
Yeah, it's really funny. True story. I decided to foolishly start running marathons a few years ago, right? I mean, you know, hey, why not? And it was something that my negative ninny, and my negative ninny used to always say to me, "You can't run. Look at you. Like, seriously, you're not built to be a runner. You're built to be a power builder, woman. What are you doing?" And what I used to find really fascinating was when I was running, I'd sort of set it up in my mind that I would have these two voices. One was the negative ninny and one was the positive powerhouse. And before I'd even start running, I would basically set the two of them up and go, okay, negative ninny, I know at some point you're going to turn up and I expect you to. Because, you know, my run wouldn't be the same without it. And then positive powerhouse, I used to say to positive powerhouse, I know that you're probably going to jump on top of negative ninny and like smack them. We can't do that. So I called them names, I gave them an avatar, and essentially what I did was I used to just call it and go, okay, negative ninny, what are you going to say to me today? And look, we all do it. I'm a shocker first thing in the morning. I don't wake up, you know, full of love, peace and harmony. I usually wake up going, oh my freaking God, what do you think you're doing, you silly woman? Like, seriously? You think you can do this? Like, I allow it to happen. And then I walk around the house and I go, okay, have you got anything else that you want to bitch me about? And then I just let it go. And then positive powerhouse comes in and goes, okay, I thank you for that. I appreciate you bringing that to the fruition for me. Now it's time for us to look at taking that on board and now going forward. So I acknowledge it for what it is.
Yeah. So we're not quite packing her in a box and putting her on the shelf. We're letting her, you know, just having a little tussle and going, okay, thanks for that. We don't need that today, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll take that on board.
Yeah.
Because, you know, your negative ninny is just as beneficial to you as the positive powerhouse, because it's the negative ninny that's sort of been that erring on the side of caution part of you. So we should never disregard it. We should always look at, okay, how can we give it its due respect? Much like a child, you know, if you've got why is it that one child's always really, really good and the other child is like the devil incarnate, right? And it's the same. It's the same for yourself. So, gosh, would you love to put your devil incarnate child in a box? Probably. It's at those times you ship them off to the grandparents. But it's understanding that it's really just that part of you who's going, I just want you to be careful. I just want to make sure you're okay. And then the powerhouse comes in and goes, thank you for the warning. I really appreciate it. Let's work with that and continue going forward.
And I know for me too, that negative Nelly, sometimes she's the drive to making you go, no way, I can totally do that. Get out of my way and watch me achieve it.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's equally motivating and equally powerful to have both voices to be talking to, because they are essentially the both sides of who you are, the yin and the yang.
Yeah.
Right. You know, the masculine and the feminine. It's the balance of who we are.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And yeah, I agree, Emma, totally. That negative voice is generally trying to keep you safe. And sometimes, you know, it's hard to, when a part of you wants to go forward into new ventures, and the old party goes, but remember what happened the last time we did that? You know, and you go, yeah, okay, but I've learned my lesson. Oh, I hope so, but I don't really want to go back there again. So it's that kind of, it's that kind of conversation. So I embrace it. I embrace it. I give it its respect that it deserves.
Yeah, nice. And I love what you said earlier about celebrating the small wins as well as the big. You know, what are the crystal glasses doing in the cupboard? If we've got a bottle of champagne in the fridge, why not just, you know, sometimes, you know, there's always something to celebrate, but, you know, it's like after our super awesome event today, or, tackling social media if you're not quite sure on how to do it, or,
Absolutely.
all those sorts of things, because it's the little things that make up the big things. And we all celebrate the big things, but I think we do sometimes forget to even just stop and savor the moment, even if we're not popping champagne.
And I do encourage people to actually have a celebration dance. Absolutely, right? Because it moves you into a physical space. So if I can.
Yes, absolutely.
Alrighty. So my celebration, you can't see my feet unfortunately, but my celebration dance is normally up going.
With no tune.
I can see a Facebook post there with all of us, in our screens doing our dance. That's awesome.
And then I always run around going, thank you, Joe, for the hand clap. Thank you. Yes, it's, but it's, and then I normally say, booyah, mother, Samuel L. Jackson. So I normally run around going, booyah, mother, booyah. So yeah, it's a bit like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you've got to have one of those.
You do. It sounds like we all need to dig deep and find that inner child maybe and pull out a boogie dance. So, no,
and there's one other thing I'd like to do, and that is if you've got one of these things at home, and you'll see the other one down there.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's pulling out weapons.
So we've turned into a doggy daycare today in the office. So, if you've got that kind of environment as well that allows for, that will allows you to bring dogs into the room, then definitely I'd be encouraging that you do that.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. Fantastic. That's awesome, Andrea. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now I'm just trying to give you back control. I've got the power.
There's a dance right there, right?
Yeah. Oh. Okay. How do I give you back control?
Participants. So if you go to participants and find me, and then
find me.
You can make me the
Find Amanda.
Find Amanda, and then you can give me the power back.
Make host.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Woo, look at that.
Just like that.
Sweet at this tech by 2 o'clock.
We'll need to run another one.
So everyone, I just want to say once again, thank you so much for supporting both Amanda and Meg and putting this event together. It certainly hasn't been an easy one, but I do commend both of you ladies for what you've done. But more importantly, I commend you for the message that you're wanting to share and that you're wanting to bring to others. So well done on such a fantastic event, and I look forward to the next one.
So we.
So yeah, can't wait.
Now we've got it all sorted. No, that's excellent. Thank you, Andrea. Now, everyone, we're just going to take a quick break and we're going to bring you the interview of Kari Sutton. So while Meg is behind the scenes having a look, she won't know where it is because it's in a separate folder. So we're just going to take a 5-minute break and then I'll come back and I'll introduce Kari and we'll watch her interview. Yeah. Fantastic. See you soon. All right, here we are. Welcome everybody, and thank you to those that are hanging around. To those of you that are popping in and out, we appreciate your support. From Meg and myself, thank you very much for joining us today. We are recording this, so give us a few days and we'll pop it up on the A-Week website, and we'll make sure there's heaps of links and all of the extra handouts and downloads that our guest speakers have mentioned today. We'll make sure that they're all there for you as well. So our next interview is Kari Sutton. So Kari is an educator, speaker and author who has helped over 25,000 children, parents and educators with evidence-based strategies, tools and approaches to foster children's positive mental health. She conducts the research so you don't have to, and provides practical and easy ways and easy strategies that plant the seeds of resilience, emotional well-being and mental fitness in our children. She's launching her second book, Raising a Mentally Fit Generation, late 2020. So here we are. Welcome, Kari, and we will have a listen to her interview and her hints and tips about how we can support the mental health of our little people. Hi everybody, well it's time to have a quick chat with Kari Sutton about the mental health of our little people that may be around us. So this morning on our program we've covered mental health for ourselves in our workplace, and I think it's time, Kari, that we have a chat about mental health for for our daughters, our sons, our nieces, our nephews, all of the little people in our lives.
And thank you for inviting me, Amanda, because I think this is something that we all need to be aware of. The past 6 months have actually brought up a huge amount of things for our little people. There's been time off in school, there's been lockdowns, there's been people wearing masks, all sorts of things. So, but what I've noticed in the families and children I've worked with, I've noticed the anxiety level is rising. And when our anxiety level rises as parents or as families and as society in general, so to be really honest, the fear in society and the anxiety in society have gone through the roof. So what we're seeing in the children is that their anxiety levels have gone through the roof as well. And I've been dealing with little people who have possibly regressed, and that's not unusual behavior. So if little people in your life or young people in your life have gone back to doing things that they may not have done, or you may have think, oh, that's problem's been resolved and set to the side, that's not unusual. And please don't get angry at them, because that's their way of coping to a certain degree. I've had little people who are starting to wet the bed more, who've started to suck their thumb again, who fight with their siblings a lot more. It's just a sign that everything is a bit topsy-turvy in their world. So one of the things we can do, and this would be for all the people in the audience, whether we're godparents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, parents, whatever we are in that child's village, we can be a support. And how we can do that is by what we role model. So, and I talked to a lot of families at the beginning of the COVID crisis and different things about how can we talk to our kids about this? What can we do? Because I'm sure lots of the people here and the wonderful professionals who've presented today would have talked about the micro habits or the things we can do as adults to take care of our own mental health and well-being. And that's what I really want to talk about for children as well. We can teach them by role modeling. So whether it be that, I know I've got one mum I work with who puts herself in timeout. If she's getting a bit cranky, she says, you know what, we're going to stop this because I'm getting a bit angry. I need to go to timeout. We'll come back and do that. So it's those sorts of things of knowing and modeling what we want them to do. If we want them to get enough sleep or different things, we need to put boundaries in place. If we want them to actually talk to us, we need to be there to talk to them, because sometimes with our little people, it can seem they always want our attention, and they always, it might seem inconsequential, but what I've found over my years of experience as a teacher, as a parent, and as a godparent as well, it's the little things that are the big things for them. So if you can take that time to sit with them, and age appropriately, of course. So I'm not asking you to have adult conversations, and I'd actually like, if at all possible, people to keep adult conversations away from children at the moment. Have those adult conversations where they can't hear them, because their level of anxiety, particularly from 0 to 8 or 9, 10 years old, they're sponges and they'll soak everything in. So they soak our emotions in, which is why they're much more anxious and stressed and quite heightened at times, but they'll also soak in, they pick things up, they like listening to our conversations. So it's about having conversations with them and saying, hey, how are things going, or what's happening? And it's not always, particularly if you've got tweens and teens as well, they might not want to talk to you, but if you put a cup of hot Milo out or something like that and say, hey, look, I'm here if you need it, have a cup of, like, it's just doing those little things, because what we're trying to do is role model how we take care of our mental health. Because if we are, to be really honest, parents, educators, godparents, the people in a little person's village are the most important teachers that they then role model their lives on. So when they see us behaving in certain ways, if we get angry, so if you have a phone call and get angry and I'm not saying any of you would, but if you get angry and throw the phone across the wall, they learn that when things like that happen, this is how you handle anger. This is how you handle anxiety. And for me, I guess I've been really concerned about what's going on in lockdown and different things, because we are all stressed. I know I've had family here at my house and the stress levels rise. And so sometimes I've had to go back and apologize. And I've apologized and said, look, I'm really sorry. I used harsh words. I used mean words. I'm tired. I didn't mean it. Let's start again. Don't be afraid if you have made a mistake. We are not perfect. And we are all parents and educators. Everybody's doing the best they can at the moment, because we are in uncharted times. But the biggest thing you can do for your children's mental health is take care of your own, because we can't give for an empty cup. And if they see us running ourselves ragged all the time, being really short and cross with our partners, yelling at them for the slightest infraction, not taking care of ourselves, not drinking enough water or exercise. Now, I'm not putting all of this and saying you have to do it all. If you don't have some of these things in place, even if you just start with one thing this mental health week, choose that and then start making a habit. Because I'm not saying that you have to do, I don't want to put any more burden on people, as whether it be educators, families, whoever you are. It's not saying please do this and do extra. No, it's just saying, for example, a really simple one. When you sit down to eat at dinner at night, if you're going around the table, you might say, hey, what went well today? What didn't go so well? So I'd always start with what didn't go so well, but end on a high note, what went well or what I'm grateful for. I know when I'm tucking little people into bed, when I'm tucking my kids into bed, that I'd say, because I'm setting the mood for the night when I'm putting them to bed. So, hey, what are we grateful for? What things in your life do you really enjoy? What are the good memories from today? So it's helping them have a positive state of mind. I'm not saying that we have to be positive all the time or happy all the time. That's not possible. But it's also allowing our kids to feel all the feelings. Emotions are actually just data. They're telling us that something outside ourselves or inside is going on, and we need to teach our children how to deal with those emotions, because sometimes they may not understand that. So emotional intelligence is really important as well for their mental health and well-being, as it is for all of us. But understanding it's okay to feel sad. It's not wrong to feel sad or cry. It's not wrong to be angry. You can't punch somebody in the nose. And so the behavior that stems from it might be a problem, but it's not wrong to feel that way. So all of those sorts of things, and I know I'm trying to fit a huge amount in 10 minutes, but it's just really saying, if the one thing that I could ask families to walk away from today, it would be take care of your own and be own mental health and well-being, and be a role model, because what they see now is what they will do as adults and what their kids will see. So what you're role modeling now for your children will actually be what your grandchildren see when their parents are parenting them, because that's what our kids do. We take this information on board, we parent frequently, unless you've done a lot of work, we parent how we've been parented. We take care of our mental health like we've seen the most significant people in our lives take care of their mental health. So it's all about making sure, it's like I talk to families and say, you can keep physically fit, we also need to keep mentally fit.
That's fantastic, Kari. Well, thank you very much for your time. And I guess it just goes to show that the emotions we have, so do our family.
Absolutely. And that's the key. It's just knowing that they have the same emotions as we do. Sit with them, talk to them about it. But most of all, take care of yourselves, because that will make sure you're taking care of your family.
Fantastic, Kari. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're
They're used to it now. Hi everybody, well thank you very much, Kari, for that interview. It was fantastic, and we're all able to take away a little something about our little people. So now we have the wonderful Melissa joining us. Hi. Yeah, down there. So Melissa is a workplace dynamic strategist who works with corporate and professional services firms to create physical environments that drive high performance teams. This is an area I'm excited about. Once upon a time we had offices and cubicles, and now it's open more. I know, but now then it went to the other extreme where we have this massive open plan, and everyone hears everything, everyone. Yeah. And I know particularly from a procurement point of view, when you needed to have a discussion, we won't say yell at, but have a discussion with a supplier or negotiate an agreement or something, not everybody needed to hear that.
No.
And it made it difficult because the only place to go was generally the boardroom.
Yes, and if that's busy, then you don't have much opportunity, do you?
Yeah, that's right. So I look forward to handing over the reins, and
we might just go super quick break while you come and find.
Yeah, so we'll be back in a second.
Okay, we're good. Hello, and time is it? Good afternoon. Look, lovely to be here with you all today, and thank you to Amanda and Meg for the opportunity to be here. So we're going to be talking to you a little bit about workplace design and how we can use it to create positive impact on both our behaviour and on our performance. So I am a workplace strategist. I work with corporates to help them understand how to unpack what's already existing in their organisation to then create really productive workplace environments. Oh, right. Good. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out. There we go. There we go. So a little bit about me. I actually grew up in Western Queensland on the land, and what I realised from that experience was that we are really at the mercy of Mother Nature, at the environment. So whatever was going on in the environment, we were directly impacted by that. But what I realised in the work that I do as an interior designer, working with corporates and how they design their workplaces, is that we have the opportunity to create those environments, and they are in our complete control. So when we have the opportunity to create an environment that works for us, why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we take that opportunity to shape and mould the environment so that it actually enables us and helps us to perform and do the work that we are here to do?
Sorry, this is just a little tricky. So as an interior designer and a workplace specialist, our whole role is about creating an experience, and that is experience for people. And the way that those experiences are created is by bringing together people, technology and place so that they do create a holistic experience for us and how we experience our spaces. So what we know is that those experiences are actually created by 3 types of environments. So we have our cultural environment in our workplaces, which is effectively our people. How are our people showing up every day and how are they interacting? So that culture is the rules of belonging, how we connect with one another, and all those unwritten rules of the way things are done around here. We also have our place. And so our place is our physical environment in which we operate in. It's our workplace, it's everything we can see, we can touch, we can smell, and we can hear. And then we have our technological environment. So that's the environment that actually enables us to do all of the things that we do at work, all our systems, our processes, our software and our app. It's all of the intangible things that make it work. And so our work lives are consisted of these 3 environments, and when they come together, we're actually able to create our employee experience. So our experience of work has a lot to do with how we socially connect. So as humans, we are hardwired for social connection. We have an innate desire to feel that we belong and that we are liked and that we are contributing and part of a community. And so what Matthew Lieberman, who is a professor of psychology, psychiatry and behaviour, has found is that our brains find it very difficult and cannot actually distinguish between physical pain and social pain. So when we feel like we're being excluded from a group, or we don't feel like we're being included, or we don't feel like we belong, we actually feel physical pain. So we're unable to distinguish the difference. So that's why it's really important for us when we go into our workplace environments that we feel like we actually belong, we feel like we're connecting, and we feel like we should actually be there, that this is our tribe and this is where we should be. And that's important because we actually spend more time at work than we do anywhere else. Now, whether that's virtually, because now we're working from home, or whether that's physically, because we're physically in the office, we're still spending more time at work than we do anywhere else. So what we want to be doing is fostering a deeper connection with those relationships around us and making sure they're more meaningful with those people that we work with. So our healthy work environments are able then to address our mental and our emotional well-being by creating environments that connect us. And in order to create those communities, we're looking for things that we have shared in common with other people. So similar values, similar experiences, things that we can find that will connect us together and make us feel like we have that sense of belonging. So we know that with the creation of community, it all happens through connection. And there are 3 ways that that connection happens. We have it through our body, so our physical connection. So the things that we can do where we have physical contact with those around us. So in a professional sense, that might be a handshake or a high five. Although in today's COVID-safe world, it might be the elbow bump or the foot tap. And this can even be replicated online. So when you are online and the visual sensation of high-fiving someone, so a bit like on the Brady Bunch, how we look around the screens and they're all kind of doing this, our brains is actually physically connecting that, so it feels like that physical connection is actually happening. We also connect through our heart. So when we talk about this, it's around a sense of vulnerability. It's around the emotion. What is the emotional connection that I have with other people that I work with? And that's going from having closed doors to open. So how can I open my heart, open my emotional sensitivity and connect with those around me? How can I find things that we have in common? What are those shared experiences? And this comes back to that concept that I spoke about just recently of values. What are your values? How do they align with my values? And how do we find a shared set of experiences that we can then begin to connect over and create that vulnerability in order to create community and connection? And the last one here is around our mind. And so our mind actually engages in state of play. And so when we're in a sense of play, we're feeling like we're in flow, we're being creative, and we're being quite curious about the way that we work. So when we're feeling in play, what we're allowing is our mind to be creative and curious, and it's actually connecting new neural pathways in our brain, which actually enables us to get smarter. So if we can encourage that kind of behaviour, we're actually building these connections through our workplace environments. So the way that that goes then, if we take that another step further, is around social neuroscience and how we can start to create new brains through connecting our teams. Now, I had the great fortune of meeting Dr. Fiona Kerr a few years ago at a conference, and I have been fascinated with neuroscience ever since. And the reason being is because she spoke about so many concepts that finally put a very scientific layer over the work that I had been doing for many years and explained why the things that I had observed were actually working, and it was due to science. Now, what she's also found is that when we have charismatic managers and their staff are growing the same maps of neural information, it creates an internally matched view of ideas and aims. Now, what that actually means is, you know how we have that old adage of being on the same page? What they found was through this neural mapping is that charismatic managers and their teams were actually having very similar neural nets. So they actually were operating off the same roadmap. And those sorts of roadmaps are formed by how we can create our environments and create connectivity when we're having that connection and that sense of belonging. Now, one of the other things about neurogenesis that happens is that we have something that happens when we meet people face to face for the first time. So the first time that I would meet you in person, we have a process of what we call a retinal eye lock. So my eyes lock onto your eyes, and there's a chemical reaction that occurs in my body. Now that chemical reaction remains in my body. And so if I then have a phone call with you or we jump on a Zoom call, my body actually remembers that chemical reaction and I feel like I have built that rapport with you and it's reactivated. Now I can't do that through Zoom or through the phone call. I actually have to have started that face to face with you, but then I retain that information. So this is why it's so important for us to maintain our physical connections and to build those relationships through physical proximity, but then we can maintain them through virtual connectivity as well. The other things that are really great about neurogenesis is that through active workplace design, we can actually then continue to evolve. We can continue to build a new brain. And the way that that happens is because when we're active and we're physically moving, our brain is finding new ways to connect our neural pathways together and to promote the creation of new brain. And when we're having this process happening in our brains, we're actually establishing higher levels of trust, of empathy and humour. We also have lower resistance to new ideas, so we're much more open to new concepts and taking those on board. We're able to absorb information more easily, so we're actually retaining things and recording them in our brains. And we're actually having much more nimble responses, so we're far more agile around how we operate and how we work. We also have higher levels of creativity and innovation. So when we've got those high levels of creativity and innovation, we're able to come up with new ideas more easily and to progress our work. We also have a higher sense of perceived fairness, so we're open to people's behaviours and how they contribute to the work environment. So having an active work environment not only is good for us physically, it's also really good for us mentally. One other thing about neurogenesis that I particularly like is around the fact of abstract thoughts. Now, you might recall having your best moments in the shower, and the reason that you do is because that's when we're actually physically unplugged and untethered from our electronic devices. And that gives us the opportunity for our brains to wander. We start to daydream. Our brains essentially get bored and they start to go off and wander off into the clouds and they think about different things, and we start to connect new ideas and concepts together. And we're effectively then building new neural nets and new connections within our brain, and again, changing those brain waves and those brain patterns. So creating environments that have the opportunity for us to disconnect is actually really good for our mental health, and it's also really good for our productivity and our creativity. So when we spoke about creating those new brains through active workplace environments, there are different spaces that we can create to support that. And there are 5 particular ones. We talk about quiet spaces, collaborative spaces, standing spaces, lounging and bump spaces. And I'll go through these in a little bit more detail in a moment. But what we know is that by creating these different spaces, we're actually influencing the behaviour of individuals in terms of how they communicate, how they work, and how productive they are throughout the day. And all of these things are actively supporting us in progressing and creating new brain. So with the neurogenesis, we know that influencing behaviour is almost all of what management is about, and how buildings then influence behaviour. So we can actually use this concept called hybrid infrastructures to influence the increased neurogenesis. So what we're doing is we're looking at how the proximity of spaces are connecting together, how they're supporting the roles and functions of individuals within the organisation, and how we're encouraging communication and information flow, all by the way that we actually lay out and create our work environments in the way that they connect together. When it comes to communication, what we do know is that the closer that we are together, the more likely we are to communicate. So in 1970, the Allen curve was developed, and what they found was that the closer we were in physical distance, the more communication we had. And the further away we were, less communication occurred. And where this becomes important is because if we go back in time pre-COVID, one of the last examples of this was Yahoo, when they pulled all of their employees back into the workplace because they started to see a decline in the amount of innovation and creativity that was occurring. We're now sitting in a situation where we're having to physically distance ourselves, and so it'll be interesting to see how this study actually repeats itself from a communication perspective to see if that is actually still true to this day. Technology, when they repeated this test in 2006, it actually hadn't shifted. So we have actually progressed our technology quite a bit since 2006, so it would be interesting to see how that happens. But what we can do in our physical environments is actually create opportunities for people to bump into each other and create proximity. And as you can see from the image here from Cisco's office, they've actually facilitated that proximity and that bump factor by providing whiteboards, so that as I bump into you as I'm walking down the hall and we start a conversation, we can then begin to brainstorm and ideate that conversation really easily on the wall because we're in that space. So it's about how can we make these opportunities really seamless and easy for ourselves. Another thing that we know is that through self-organising teams, we can actually enhance efficiency. And so our good friends here at Mythbusters conducted 3 experiments to see how different scenarios would actually influence the speed at which traffic could move through an intersection. So the first experiment they did was a 4-way stop sign. So what they found by having a 4-way stop sign, so we've got everyone comes to a stop and then we have to figure out who's going to go first through the intersection. They got 384 cars through in 15 minutes. Then they repeated this exercise and they had a traffic cop in the centre, and he was directing traffic. So standing there and deciding who's going to go next over these 4 intersections. And they got 289 cars through in 15 minutes, so significantly less than each 4 cars trying to determine who's going next. Then they put in a roundabout. And when we had a roundabout in there, we had a set of rules and principles that we knew we have to give way to our right and off we go. So what we found then was they actually got 460 cars through in that 15 minutes. Now, the importance of this exercise and this experiment, it actually illustrates how the decision-making of one individual is not as efficient and it is not quicker than the decision-making of multiple individuals. So we can see even without the rules of the roundabout, those 4 cars could make decisions quicker than the individual in the middle. So if we can empower our teams so that they've got the right set of guidelines and rules within which they can make their decisions and then empower them to do so, we're going to have far more efficient and faster outcomes in terms of how we progress through our work. Now I want to take you back to those balance of spaces, and I'm going to give you a case study of how this actually got applied and the results that we actually saw achieved. Because I think it's really important to understand the implication of these spaces in our physical work environments and the actual outcomes that we can achieve. So if we look at our quiet spaces, by definition, these are spaces that we can go and concentrate, we can work alone, or we can work with others. We have collaborative spaces where we can brainstorm, we can create, and we can work with others. And we have standing spaces, so spaces where I can stand up and I can work. And then we have lounging, so somewhere I can relax, I can read, or I can work really informally with other people. And then we also have those bump spaces. So somewhere that I can create interaction with other people. So that often is either the cafe, the utility space, the photocopier, somewhere where we've all got a purpose to go to, and it creates that hotspot for us to interact in. Now, you might have heard concepts like free-range working, activity-based working, or agile environments. And typically when we start to talk about this range of spaces, people start to think, well, that's what we're going to be moving to. But the reality is that you can actually incorporate these 5 different types of spaces, even in an environment where you are sitting in allocated seating. So it's about breaking down those barriers, and as Amanda said earlier, taking away the open plan and providing different spaces to suit different types of activities to support both our physical, our emotional, and our productivity needs as an individual at work. So I'm going to take you through a case study. Now this is Mapian. They were formerly called Livingstone's. They're a HR, industrial relations and organisational psychology firm. When we started working with them, they had 36 employees in 36 offices. So very much a traditional legal style organisation. And what they found was that it was not enabling them to live their vision, their values, or their purpose as an organisation. It was actively working against them. It was siloing people. No one knew who was in every day. There was no opportunity to connect and to come together. So through our workplace strategy process, we actually discovered through a series of engagements with both leaders and individual team members that what they actually did was they came to work to socialise. So we found that they were actually doing all of their deep concentrated work at home. They were spending lots of time out on sites with clients because they had to do a lot of consulting work, or they were in court representing their clients for industrial relations cases. So the reason that they were coming back into the work environment was to connect back into the business, to connect in with their colleagues, and to collaborate and to problem solve together as a team. They weren't coming there to do all their deep concentrated work. So we actually had to start to reimagine what their workplace needed to look like to truly facilitate their environment going forward. So what we found is that we actually went to a fully agile work environment. So this is one of those environments where no one owns a desk and that everyone can move around quite freely. But what that meant was that they actually got a far greater range of spaces. The quality of the spaces that was provided was higher for them, and it took up less space than they had previously. But as you'll see from some of the data that come out the other end, it actually gave them a much more enhanced feeling of being at work. So examples of what bump spaces might look like. This is their cafe. It's a multifunction space. It's somewhere I can eat my lunch, I can have a meeting with a colleague, or I can work really informally. But it's the place that draws everyone within the organisation together so that we actually connect with people from different departments that we potentially wouldn't have actually contacted or had a relationship with previously. We also had in the bump space this map of the world. And what that did was it actually created a communication starter and an icebreaker for the team. Because when you started with the business, you were given a tag, you put your name on it, and you wrote about your experience of your last holiday, and then you got to pin it on the world map of where you last travelled. And what that meant was that if I was new to the organisation, it gave everyone else a conversation starter to engage with me and to start to build my relationship and to help me feel like I had a sense of belonging. Travel was very important in this organisation, and hence that became a symbolic poster child so that they could start to have those conversations. So we also had collaborative spaces. So these collaborative spaces are spaces that I can brainstorm, I can work with other people, and I can put my ideas up on a wall. So they're usually facilitated with whiteboards and other things so that there's a large amount of layout space and there's free space for thinking. So it's a space that's quite noisy. We also had standing spaces. So somewhere I can stand up and I can work. So I can stand in this instance and engage in that collaborative conversation. Or I could actually stand there with my laptop and I could work as well. So having the flexibility of how we use our space and having a variety of spaces. Another style of collaboration space that we introduced was having a booth style setting. So we could have smaller, more informal spaces for us to collaborate and to connect in a different way. We also had lounging spaces, so somewhere I can catch up with a colleague over a coffee, we can have a chat. It's in a more casual, but it's still in a very professional setting, and it's somewhere else I could actually sit and work if I chose to. We also then had quiet spaces. So in these quiet spaces, this is somewhere I can work individually without disruption from phone or conversations, but I'm not having to lock myself away into a meeting room or something else. I can sit here, I can read a report, I can work on a document quietly, but I can do it in a more relaxed and informal setting rather than having to lock myself into a quiet room or an office. We also introduced a wellness space. So this space is somewhere that they could do their yoga, they could do meditation, they could stretch. It could also be just somewhere that you can hide away for a few minutes and read a book and just have an opportunity to relax and recharge. So having that ability to move away from your workspace. We also put in a variety of different quiet rooms. So these particular quiet rooms, one was fitted out with lounge chairs so that I could have a quiet, casual conversation with a colleague, but I could do it in privacy with the door closed. And the other is set up more like an office, so that if I needed to spend 2-3 hours at work to get some deep work done, I had the opportunity and the correct facilities to sit down and do that with the door closed without disruption. So what we found through this process and going back and surveying the staff 12 months after they moved in is that they saw a significant uplift in a number of different metrics across the business. One of which was that they felt 84% of staff felt they were more productive at work. So it's a significant uplift in terms of their productivity and therefore the performance of the business. But the other things that were really important is that 100% of staff said they were more collaborative, 100% of staff said that their communication had improved, 92% of people said that their relationships had significantly improved, and 91% of people said that their job satisfaction had increased in the new workplace environment. So all very strong metrics around the supporting of this style of work environment that was specifically designed to respond to the values of their organisation. We also found that 89% of people felt they were happier, 100% of people felt that the culture and the brand aligned with who they were and represented them accurately, and 50% of people said that they felt healthier as a result of being in the new workplace environment. We also looked at how much time people were using their sit-to-stand workstations, because it can often be felt that a sit-to-stand workstation might be just a bit of a gimmick, it's a nice to have, and it's actually making no direct impact on me. But what we found here was that everybody was using their sit-to-stand workstation, and 67% of those people were using it between 1 and 2 times a day. We also then asked how long they were standing for, and the average person was standing for between under 1 hour a day. We also wanted to know how people were utilising the cafe, because we often go into workplace environments and people go, oh, people are just going to eat at their desk, we'll just provide them with the standard requirements and we give them fresh water, it's all good, we don't need a fancy cafe. What we found here is that 100% of people are using that cafe on a daily basis, and 33% of those people are using it multiple times a day. So it is a very heavily utilised space to support the multifunctional purposes of the organisation. But one of the biggest factors that we found at the end of this was that this had actually significantly improved their financial performance as well. So within 6 months of actually moving into this space, Macon had their highest financial performance on record, and they attributed that to the way that people were able to interact in the space. So going from 36 offices where they were all hemmed in and never could communicate to now having this cross-departmental collaboration occurring, they found that the physical environment had actually enabled them to have better relationships and that cross-collaboration occurring within their organisation. So that's it for me today. If you're interested in hearing a little bit more about what I talk about and designing a work life that you love, I'd love you to come on and subscribe to my podcast. It's called Work Life by Design. You'll find that on iTunes and Spotify. And if you can't find it, head over to my website at melissamarsden.com.au. But you can also find me on all the socials, and we're actually starting a 5-day workplace challenge next week. So if you're interested in jumping on that and learning how you can start to reimagine your workplace for the future, head over to my website and you'll find that there. So thank you very much.
Yay. I'm going to jump in here. Thank you. That was amazing. And I think it's just such a really practical and tangible take on psychology at work, basically. It's like psychology 101. Yeah. I love psychology, but clearly I'm not a psychologist, but I take all of the elements and went, oh, this is how it works in my world. So yeah. So one of the things that we've noticed with our clients is that the thing that they say they miss from working from home
Yeah.
is those spontaneous, what you would call
The water cooler conversations.
those spontaneous and those spontaneous conversations that we'd have in the corridor that would lead to a decision, or a spontaneous conversation that would lead to progressing something further.
Yes.
It's really interesting how much our space plays a part in how effective we are.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting how much our physical environment guides our behaviour and our routines.
Yeah.
So that's one of the big elements that we look at when we're creating these spaces, is understanding what is the ideal behaviour that we want to see people exhibiting, and how can we help and influence that and encourage people to do more of those things.
Yeah.
And I think in terms of how we're communicating online, there's a real big gap there that we're struggling to find technology to fill. And there's all sorts of things. I've had clients who've set up all-day Zoom rooms so that people can just pop in and out, and whoever's in there they get to have a conversation with. So they've been really ingenious in terms of trying to find ways to recreate that. But I don't think anything's really going to beat that physical face-to-face.
No, it's going to be so interesting to see how workplaces, and I think from our perspective, one of the things we've noticed is the drop in social capital, the drop in how broad a network is, and we were talking earlier about how important it is that our network is broad, or deep but broad, and to be strategic about that. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the workplace.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Really exciting.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, everyone. I'm going to come back with a couple of interviews, and we're heading into the home stretch. All right. Thank you. Thanks again. That was awesome. Welcome back, everybody. We have our final interview for today, and we're on the, as I said before, we're on the home stretch. So this interview was conducted a couple of days ago with Des Whybird, who is an incredibly generous person and was able to give us some of his time to share his experience of 38 years in construction industry as an engineer, but also then CEO and then president of GHD, one of our biggest engineering firms here. Des has since retired from his engineering and commercial roles, but he is on numerous boards as both chair and board of directors, including the board of Rural and Remote Mental Health, which is an amazing organisation, which you'll hear us talk about in this interview. We are going to put the link to support rural and remote mental health in the chat, and we'll have that on the website available for you once this recording is ready to go as well. So enjoy our final interview with Des. I'm sure you'll agree that his experiences, he has a lot to offer in the stories that he tells.
Welcome, Des. Thank you for joining me, and welcome to the AWIC Queensland Mental Health Virtual Mental Health event. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thank you, Meg. It's quite an interesting topic.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, as I reflect on the years when I was working.
Yeah, so you've had a really long history, a really long career in construction. That culminated in being the CEO of GHD as well as the president of the board. Can you tell me more about that experience of being in that industry for so long?
It was interesting. I was with GHD for 38 years from a graduate, but I had many different roles in that time. And the organisation also changed and grew. So it was quite a developing experience in many ways, not just in Australia, but around the world. One of the features and one of the relevances to today is the number of recessions which I encountered over that time. So, not long after I was employed as a graduate in the mid-70s, unfortunately, quite a few of my colleagues were being retrenched, and I wondered when it was my turn. So that was very difficult. But fortunately, I was offered the opportunity to go to Cairns. And that was a bit tough at first, away from family and what have you, particularly Sharon, whom I'd just met, and I've now been married to for 44 years.
Yep. It sounds like it was a good move.
Well, it worked very well, and it's interesting to see today where people in capital cities are starting to recognise that living away from the capital city offers a lot of advantages, and I can certainly endorse that. But as I progressed and working in the industry, I was at that stage designing projects and working on construction sites, which can be pretty tough, particularly in a place like Cairns, but anywhere in Australia. The climate can be challenging if you're outdoors. And the industry is one that's driven by timetables, by deadlines, critical activities such as concrete pours. So there's a lot of stress for everyone. I think for anyone involved in the industry in a serious way. It's a competitive environment. Margins are generally pretty low, so time is always of the essence, and deadlines and critical activities ensure that. So it was a growing up experience for me, if you like, as a young engineer dealing with perhaps wiser and more experienced people who knew a lot more than I did. But I survived that, and then after 12 years, I found myself in Brisbane and leading a group of people. And once again, a recession hit very soon after I arrived in Brisbane in the early 90s. And it was quite deep. Once again, a lot of people losing their jobs. And this time in my role, it was my responsibility to actually have those discussions with people, which, you know, it's obviously it's very tough for the people receiving bad news. It's not all that easy for the person who has to give it either. And there are difficult decisions to be made. So once again, that was a pretty tough time. And at that stage, I actually, well, my GP, Dr. Christine McAuliffe, I would see her regularly because I'm an asthmatic, I've been all my life. And she would take good care of me, but she noticed that probably I was suffering a mild form of depression. And she gave me some pretty good advice, which was to, you know, even though it was a busy time of life with family and work, but she said to find some time, at least 1 hour a week for myself, to do something I really enjoyed doing. You know, a few helpful words of advice were some reading, which she had suggested. That was very good for me, very helpful. And like what I found is that all things pass, including recessions. There are always better times ahead. So staying positive is the way we must be. Anyway, my career progressed, and GHD continued to grow. And in the early 2000s, I became its CEO at a time when we were growing globally, and that had many challenges again. Also dealing with other people at high levels as well. As people listening would probably recall, that the GFC happened in around 2007, probably hit here about 2008. And that was when I became the president or the chairman of the board. And, you know, just everyone's viability was, I mean, every company's viability was challenged pretty hard in those days. So I had the experience of dealing with that, dealing with the recession in another level. So I imagine it's pretty tough again today. The industry's no less challenging than it was when I was working, I'm sure. And people are experiencing some pretty tough times once again. And but it will get better. It always does.
Yeah, it's an important thing to remember, isn't it? That this is not forever. This too shall pass, as my grandfather used to say.
Well, he was obviously a wise man.
He was okay. Yeah, I'm a bit biased, but you know. It sounds like you had a really observant and insightful GP that helped you with your mental health journey. What do you think? How do you think the construction industry generally has dealt with mental health, and have you noticed changes from when you were in the thick of your in the thick of your career to now?
Oh, there's been a lot of change. Firstly, when I started, it was you know, there were no well, females were just not present other than in the in the office typing pool sort of thing. When I was at
that far back, hey?
Yeah, I'm that old. When I was at university, there was there were no girls, unfortunately, doing engineering with us. So you know, it's changed a lot, which I think has helped the workplace, because a mixed environment is always a healthier environment. The emphasis on safety in construction has been a major change, and you know, originally that started out in terms of physical safety. I mean, the construction construction sites are dangerous, potentially dangerous places. And then, of course, mental health became, in the general community, the statistics of, have become more apparent to governments and to the community. There's better reporting, and so the awareness of mental health has become more prevalent. I think there's enormous benefit in that message being communicated that we all need support, whether it's friends and family, or other relaxation moments in our life, but we need to have an awareness of ourselves and of those around us to guard against any deterioration of our health, well, mentally, particularly in this regard.
Yeah, it sounds like, and it certainly, and particularly in an industry like construction, as you said, it can be a tough industry.
Well, yeah, and look, I think there's another advantage here. Christine McAuliffe has been our family doctor for close to 30 years, and that's been a great thing because she obviously knows us and knows me very well, observed me on regularly, and I think she can read my face and my composure very, very well.
Yeah.
And she's a very skilled professional. So I'm very, very grateful for her assistance.
And it sounds like her noticing that change in you has set you on a path of this being a focus in your life. Tell us about what it looks like for you personally as you've gone along through your career and now you're retired. What does mental health look like for you, or at least what does being mentally healthy look like for you now? Well,
firstly, retirement is a full-time job. No one gives you annual leave from retirement. So,
no, that's right.
But I say that sincerely because it's like anything else in life. You must plan for it. And fortunately for me, I'd made a decision 3 years before I retired. I knew when I would be retiring, and I had plans in place, and that's worked well. And I've always been mindful of not just my physical health, but also my mental health. And just before I retired, I happened to meet Dr. Jennifer Bowers at a company directors training seminar. And she was from an organisation called Rural and Remote Mental Health. And at that time, she was based in Cairns. And so there was a real connection for me with those two things. And so I got to know Jennifer quite well. And some years later, she invited me to come onto the board of Rural and Remote Mental Health, which is one of the roles I currently still have. Yeah.
And one of the things I admire about you most is how much you give back. And it's almost like that process of giving back is actually fundamental to you staying mentally well and mentally healthy.
It is. I mean, let me say that the amount of help and guidance that I've had through my life has been extraordinary from various people. I wish that I'd listened better to them. And whether it was my parents or people at work, my bosses, what have you, I've been blessed. And I must mention again Sharon, my wife, for 44 years, because that's been an extraordinary support and hopefully mutually beneficial. But Sharon's been extraordinary in supporting me throughout my working life and in retirement. And but if you're in a position to recognise where you've been helped and to give back to those for the future generations, then I'm very, very fortunate that I am able to do that. I've got my time and also some other resources which I can give, and that helps fill the days as well, which is important.
Yeah. And speaking of filling days, giving back in ways that are really meaningful to you, can you tell us a little bit more about what the Rural and Remote Mental Health Board does, or the organisation does?
Well, the organisation is it's one about awareness and early intervention, if you like, or creating awareness and creating pathways for people to seek assistance. But it helps, particularly from its name. It deals with mining communities, if you like, particularly fly-in, fly-out miners. Farmers who are also living remotely and can be greatly stressed. They're living in, Australia's a tough environment wherever you are. And also Indigenous communities who, of course, are remote, and the challenges for those people are all different. And the messages or the training which rural and remote mental health is able to give is culturally specific to whichever group it's addressing. So for the Indigenous communities, there's a program called Deadly Thinking. For farming, it's rural mines, and in the mines environment, well, you've got a completely different, another group of people who are fly in, fly out. It's extraordinarily stressful on families as well as the individual working in that sort of environment. So all of those things are important to me, because that's what Australia is about. Our Australia is not really about the capital cities to me. It's about the areas which provide us with our food. It's the mines which provide us with the material things in our lives, but also with the wealth that this country relies on. And there's a lot of people working in very tough environments. And of course, you've got the Indigenous people who lived here quite happily, I suppose, or in their own way. I'm sure that as human beings, they had all the challenges that life can give you, but they can be very challenged communities as well. So to be part of an organisation which helps convey an important message to those groups, which really are what Australia is about, I think that's I'm very proud of what Rural and Remote Mental Health do.
Yeah, and it certainly is a really wonderful organisation, and we'll provide a link for people to find out more about the organisation and to go to its website in the notes of this event as well.
Thanks very much. It is a not-for-profit. It is a registered charity. Any donations are fully tax deductible. So
absolutely, and it's a really worthy organisation to support. Des, thank you so much for your time. I know that you are currently practicing stress mastery by being on the beach, and we can see the beautiful sky in the background. Thank you so much. I don't want to interrupt.
I'll show you the.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh, that's a dreadful view. We're all feeling very sorry for you.
I hope you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Des. We thank you so much for your time, and I will no doubt talk to you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Des.
Thank you very much, Des. That was a cracker of an interview. Yeah, I was sitting here having a bit of a chuckle all the way through. So it's great that I actually found out, Meg, you were saying that he recorded that while he was on leave, so it was lovely.
He did that while he was on holidays. I'm not sure how impressed Sharon was, but
well, it's better than him driving back.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
So here we were at the end.
We did it, and look at us.
I know.
I've never done anything like this in my life.
So I just want to thank Meg and her team for helping out It's been incredible. Looking
It's been a
forward to
great
the
Really great day.
for the next one, and particularly a big thank you to the team here at Fire Station 101. They have seen us at highs and lows for our
Full range of emotions.
Full range of emotions.
The landscape was all on display.
So a very big thank you to them, because they have been fantastic in assisting us in all sorts of different ways. So, and thank you to you, to everybody I'm looking up at the screen, but the camera is over here.
That's right.
Thank you very much to you and for everybody who's joined us today. I know many of you have popped in and out, and some of you are going to be listening to this after hours when it's soon. So we will put all this information up on our website. We'll turn it into a podcast. We'll have it there so you can watch it.
All of the
W's, all of the things. So again, thank you very much. I've had a great time.
I had a great time.
Yeah.
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 And we got through every tech issue that could ever be thrown at us.
We got our totes ready for whatever
We
else.
won't do it immediately again because we've got all these skills now.
We need to share them. So we're going to sign off. And
thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah. Thank
You stay there. I'll go do this.
You do this. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great afternoon. Bye.